Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits. I'm Bray, and today we're going to be taking on Soul of Cinder so I can finally move on to the DLC. Something that I really regretted not doing in my initial playthrough of this game. It was not on the channel or anything. It was a little bit after this game came out. In like 2018, I think, is when I first played Dark Souls, and then subsequently Dark Souls 3. That was like when I started my Dark Souls phase, right? And back then, I remember just playing this game and beating it and realizing that I think that this game is a little bit more accessible than Dark Souls 1, perhaps. But at the same time, like, the fact that I was able to, I don't know, the fact that I was able to reach the lengths that we have throughout this stream to beat Nameless King this time, another thing that I didn't do in my initial playthrough back in 2018, the fact that ultimately I've also been able to just beat, I don't know, like, to beat the bosses with confidence and not break down. And like, I raged a lot when I first played this game, whereas I don't really feel like I'm getting as negative or frustrated in any aspect when playing Dark Souls. It's been very fun, and it's really been kind of like when Dad describes his experience with classic arcade games of like spending so much time and like so much effort to like learn the pattern and dictate the movement of the enemies and really know what they're gonna do. That's how it feels to play this game when you've spent enough time. So we're gonna spend our souls from the Nameless King. We got 96,000 souls from that. Very well. So we may level up a little bit, which it may be higher than we beat Nameless King at level 89. I don't know what the average level for that is. I tried to be on the, you know, when I looked at the recommended level online, I tried to be at the average level just to represent like kind of like how the experience would be for anyone who is at about the entry level for that experience. I really pride myself in trying to make it a when I talk about things, and if I have like a hot take, I don't want it to be that it's because like I'm under leveled or something. This is what the average player would be experiencing with the amount of time and like the average level you'd be in this area, etc. I'm really just thinking about what perks I should be investing in, because this is where I struggle, and I'm just now getting better in spiking in the correct way and not like overly investing in certain spots. I think health is probably just a no-brainer, just to spend a majority of the souls first and foremost.
Hey Bray, 1 second. I happen to hear you over in the other side of the lab, and I did notice that, and it was easier for me to type this out. It says the recommended level for fighting the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3 is between 80 and 100. Though some say that 80 is the standard and 100 is fairly easy, the Nameless King is considered one of the most challenging fights in the game, and since many players have given up on him, since he is considered an optional boss. And I will leave you at that, and I hope you have a good stream, bud.
89. That was what I was.
80 to 100, so you're pretty much in the middle of what
so that's about average. I'm cool with that. Like I was not trying to be. I think 100 would have been too over leveled, and I saw a couple people saying the same thing online, so I felt like that was giving me a little bit too much room to work with. But look at this awesome golden crown. Should I start flaunting the Nameless King's armor now? Or I mean, I've been rocking the Abyss Walker set. It's one of my favorites. Or Abyss Watchers. I don't know. I call them the wrong thing all the time. I don't know why I have some sort of like misremembering. It's Abyss Watchers. I don't know why I call them the wrong thing. Guess it sounds cool. These are supposedly the best weapons in the game if you do the right stat spiking. I think Dex is what you have to do, but I've spiked in Dexterity and I did Dex and Strength and Vigor. Those were the most important to me. Well, I think I could just buy some of this cool armor for funsies. Take the golden crown. it's just cool. They're almost like trophies in a way. I don't know, but armor seems so optional to me in this game. I think a lot of people put it best when it's like you only take 2 to 4 hits from a boss before you die typically. So it's not really gonna matter whether you have any sort of armor. I mean, it might help a little bit. It might make you in a little bit of a more favorable situation, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to give you such an overpowered advantage to which it's not going to be fun or it's like going to break the game or anything. I think I'm just going to use a couple souls, right? And let's see. Do we want to use a boss's soul just for the fun of it, just for the storyline? Just like consume one of their souls for let's consume Aldrich's soul. He's a douche. Not a cool guy. He's just like one of the most vile, evil bosses. You can even tell kind of based off of what their soul looks like. Yeah, so it's almost like when Goku beats someone in Dragon Ball and then he like gets like a good power up afterwards. I hadn't been using them for anything, and I almost was just holding them as trophies, but I needed a little bit more just to push to the next level. I was like thinking like just wanted to use something quick instead of using a bunch of souls repeatedly. But with that, I'll probably just put another one into strength, or no, I want more endurance. That's what I need to start building, is get my endurance up to 40 possibly. Alright, alright, with all my souls spent, I think we've built enough hype. Now you guys know the drill if you've played this game or you're familiar with this boss. I guess I should actually go to all of these and just kind of show the stepping stones in which we had to get to get to this point. So we took out Yhorm the Giant, which is that was the cheese guy, just because I like the canon way to do it with the sword. Watchers of the Abyss Watchers. What's up, homie? We've also got Holy King Lothric, but this is that's a big throne. Ooh. Ludleth. That's the guy who he's alive. He's the only one who's still alive. We didn't kill him. And there's Aldrich. He's Saint Aldrich. So we're now gonna offer Cinders of a Lord, which is essentially the item you're awarded by taking out each one of these guys. Oh shit, you're alive still. We never had to take you out, because you were the only, of all the people who held power, that was the one guy who actually like decided to aid us and instead of stand in our way. But if they're Cinders of a Lord, they're all of these people, whether Ashen or whatnot, they all were they were tasked with the same thing we have been tasked, and that's to delink the first flame. They all decided not to, and they all look at the skull. That's Yhorm. You ultimately feel very bad for Yhorm if you know anything about the lore. I didn't do the since I've been trying not to use a lot of what's it called, the summons. I haven't really ultimately, like, I didn't get the what's his name, the guy Sigurd. I didn't summon him for the fight or whatever so we did that one. Oh, we need to do the one up top, but I didn't do that, so we didn't get that storyline. And maybe another day in a distant playthrough where I'm trying to do the small things that I didn't do.
What's wrong with you?
My bad. I didn't do in my run. That's the type of thing I'd be doing. So we've did we do all of them? Yeah. So now don't we talk to...
Welcome home, speak.
Do we talk
Ashen
to her?
has the less of a thing, pray tell. Felt
I'm trying to remember, chat. It's been so long. Or did I could have not. So we did that one, Abyss Watchers. What am I missing? Holy shit, chat. I just fucked my playthrough up. I fucked my playthrough up. Did I really do that? Because I consumed Aldrich's soul. Why did I do that? Load game. Oh my god. I really did that. Why did I do that? Wait, I offered all cinders of a lord. Never mind. I don't think I did anything wrong. I just scared the shit out of myself for no reason. I was like... I was just thinking that I didn't. So, offered that. Fought all the necessary bosses. What am I missing?
Aha, that's all. Ah, most fine and all slain by the... Oh, in fact... Now.
Oh, it's down here. Scared the shit out of me for no reason. Like, that's just funny that you guys all get to see that. How scared I just got myself for, like, literally no reason. So, it's one.
Ah, thy glory be mine. The stage is go.
Yeah, speak with the firekeeper.
Now.
Right, I knew what I was knew what I was doing. That's just a big LMAO. Like, I don't even know how else to describe that. Like, I just did that to myself. Like, have you ever, like, questioned yourself like that? I guess it was like, I thought, like, was I holding on to those boss souls for something? And I was like, no, those are all for the transposition kiln or whatever. Like, transposing kiln with that guy. So I was like, I just scared the shit out of myself.
Thanks to the Ashen One, and let the true Lord
Like,
fit to link the fire.
Definitely shows sometimes my lack of lack of expertise. I never claimed to be a Dark Souls pro. That's why, I feel like it's even more astonishing sometimes when I I achieve the goals that I've set out for myself.
Ashen One, may I pose? Has the little Lord Ludleth? I sense that he possesseth some knowledge of a thing once most precious, or most terrible. Now, pray tell, is it a matter of which I should be apprised? Ashen One, may I pose the...
This is an amazing camera angle. Very good tech. I feel like for 2016, this game really showed out. Like, honestly, all the sweeping camera angles and everything. Fantastic.
The fire fades.
This game is one of the first games that, I mean, for me personally, for my type of game,
and the
is
lords
a 10 out
go
of 10.
without thrones.
I mean, I have very few games that I can say that, but for me, Dark Souls 3 is a 10 out of 10. There may be there may be some things that make it a little too easy as far as some people are concerned, but there's enough challenge and optional challenge to where you can't say that this game is not like a 10 out of 10. Or maybe, you know, maybe based off your taste it could be an 8 or 9 out of 10, and maybe Elden Ring is a 10 out of 10. Or maybe you don't like these kind of games at all because you play something else and that's what appeals to you. But, you know, that kind of thing is subjective. Ultimately, this is just one of my favorite games that I've ever played, and one of the games that I feel like really has defined me as a player, because ultimately it feels like I've put so much time in, and it's been, with that time, I feel like I've been rewarded so much as a player. And not many games can really make me feel that way.
Let him grant death to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame.
Remember to hydrate, guys. Wow, I was very, very dehydrated. So this is the kiln of the first flame. We've been teleported here miraculously. I don't think there's any sort of hidden items or anything around here, so there's no reason to go. Actually, all of the different entrances and pathways are blocked. Perfect. Especially for a person like my dad, who would go around and search every nook and cranny, but for a person like him, it would pay off a lot, truly, to be able to get all the extra items, be able to fully upgrade all of his weapons, and be in a, you know, there is a good risk reward to doing that as well. Like, ultimately, for me, I didn't go through and get every single item, and I didn't go through and get a guide to show me where all the different stuff was, but I got enough stuff to set. Oh, that's a fantastic view. That is just so cool. What a nice set piece. Nice. He's just there. He's already there, waiting for me. I've never used this specific weapon, but I'm just gonna stick with the butcher knife because I don't see why not. I mean, it's really fit my playstyle up until this point, unless there's a specific thing that I feel like I need to adorn my weapon with or attune it with. As far as like a status effect goes, I think I'm good. I'm still probably gonna use a shield just until I learn the pattern again. It's been a little while. It's like riding a bike. I don't think it really ever goes away. Ultimately, it's just that muscle memory once learned will just take some time to beat and repeat. What's up, buddy? So this boss essentially represents every player character or Lord of Cinder boss that was tasked with linking the first flame. Just a manifestation of all of them, so it's just very cool lore-wise. And he's actually using he's just using one of my favorite weapons in the game. just still trying to learn his pattern. See, I haven't even gone for the openings. They're small, but it's like very fair and learnable. Let's go in for some attack. This music is fantastic. Shout out Bandai Namco, shout out From Software. You guys are fantastic. That's why you don't get ranged, right? Stuff like that. A little bit of magic missile action, huh? Good for you. I dodged into that, actually. Bad show! Jolly bad show! Ooh, those magic missiles did end up costing me a little bit of health. Ooh, that tanky shield. The sword's gotten a little longer. At least it feels like it. Okay. Just trying to. This is not the terrain I want to be on. You're just waiting for the longer telegraphed attacks. Ooh, that's a cool one. We haven't seen that one yet. He pulled that one out of nowhere. New sword, huh? The sword just keeps changing. Ooh, that was a badass flip. So cool. I almost get chills down my spine just like reminiscing the nostalgia. It brings me back to the first time that I fought this boss. It really does feel like a culmination of all of those bosses put in one. It's weird because part of me just automatically knew to turn off and not go for the once this mode started, to be more reserved until his behavior changed. It's just weird that instinctually I knew that, regardless of how long it's been. Like, that's crazy. Like, the music changed and it brought me back to that first moment when I either beat this or like was on the breakthrough of putting the pattern together. That was exactly how I felt. That's why I got that chill down my spine. It's weird. Like I said, it's like right. It's gonna be that big blast. Luckily I had my shield. I need to get closer. Oh no, he changed again. This is that super aggressive pattern. I was also using such a I was using a two-handed weapon. It was like it's kind of like the spray and pray equivalent of playing Dark Souls. Like I feel like that's what two-handed is, like beating it like as quick as possible with the biggest chunks of health coming off without it being a longer, drawn-out fight, which I can't knock anyone who plays two-handed. I play two-handed sometimes. I just like the one-handed with shield as well. It's a very fun play. See, I'm probably dead. This is literally just me learning the whole ramp of everything. Actually, he's back to that sword. I can probably do shit to him now. Never mind, he literally keeps changing it up. Which is exactly what a boss like this should be doing, considering he's a final boss for the base game. So before they knew they wanted to do DLC, unless they knew they wanted to have that from the start, like this boss really represents, like, that's Aldrich for sure. That's how they pay homage to him. There's also all that sorcery and stuff that Aldrich has. Definitely don't want to mess with him when he's got his power up. I haven't done too much damage, like I said. This is just a long learning kind of thing. So when I do go for a more ambitious run, I definitely understand what I'm getting myself into. You know? It'll be this stream for sure. I guarantee you that. He also has a stagger, I think. I think he has parryable attacks. I just need to figure out what those are too. It's just it's a part of the process. Let's do that. I always dodge into it, so noted. Dodge left. Literally dodge left, because he's very good at tracking right. But I think if I were to dodge left and then start running around him, that would be the easiest. Noted. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're all doing well. Definitely a fantastic boss. I've lost that ember from Nameless King. The other reason I was playing so reserved was I really wanted to give it my all to be able to... Not that I'm saying I could do it, but I mean, there was some world where I just fucking did it first try, because there are certain bosses that I've done like that before, just on the fly. So, I mean, expect the unexpected, as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna play like crazy this one. I'm just gonna use all that knowledge I learned, and I'm just gonna do it. Heal. We both missed each other with our attacks there. We need to find the opening if there's any attack. Maybe it's buried. Second round. Definitely learned not to do that. No, Soul of Cinder cannot be parried. However, some say the Soul of Cinder's second form may be parryable. That's what I was saying. I feel like I've hit a parry or some sort of... It's weird. Some people say that the second form is parryable, and I feel like I've done that before. Yeah, this seems to be a controversial subject matter, because I don't think I'm losing my mind in thinking that I parried the boss when I beat it in my first playthrough, but I really, you know, I don't have, unfortunately, wasn't making content then, so I don't have any record of that. But I literally went on and looked, and there were multiple there's some people claiming that the second phase is parryable, and that's what I feel like I remember. So if I'm maybe they've changed that retrospectively through patches, or if I just shouldn't expect to do that, then that's fine. I just need to make a mental note of it, you know. And you know, sometimes things are in contention. If most people can't do it, then maybe it's you know, something that people don't really consider. But I digress. That was a good move. But in some circumstances, they would have just killed you outright with the first, as soon as that hit you, it would have just like stabbed you into it and killed you. So that's why I expected to be dead already. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I'm back. I'll be totally candid. I needed some socks. My piggies were cold. That's being for real. I can't beat the Soul of Cinder with cold feet. They always say don't get cold feet. Maybe they're talking actually getting cold feet. I never really understood where that came from, but whatevs. Yeah, and if I do any leveling, I might there's a chance that I might realize I want to level up to 100, and that would be totally cool with me because it's like a round number, you know, and it's fine. Some people probably like, ooh, it's too easy, but it's like, you saw me beat Nameless King at level 89, so like, let me do my thing. I can do whatever I want. I do what I want. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, Souls is so divisive. I gave my take about how the Ancient Wyvern is the worst boss because of the lack of interactivity with the boss fight, and people were like, but then well, you could just brute force the boss and fight it on the ground, even though you do like no damage to it. And I'm like, you know, no. Everyone beat the Ancient Wyvern by doing the diving attack on its head, because that's how you beat. That's just how you beat it. Like, I mean, nobody's gonna do it the other way. And even if it is possible, it's like so ridiculously just not attainable or unnecessary. But I digress. I felt like I needed a sip of caffeine, courtesy of the buy us a bit of caffeine tier here at the Vid-Bits. I mean, you know, in a way, right? Because like every sip of caffeine, you know, the fact that we need caffeine kind of to help our creative process, like, you know, all of our money goes back into the brand. We're not, it's not like, you know, we're actually, you know, gonna go out and like buy energy drinks and like stuff like that with you know, the funds from, you know, our business, because it is a business to an extent, but like our company and our brand and our, you know, stuff, like ultimately, like, it's more like we're gonna put all of it back into it. We're gonna buy the newest tech stuff that's necessary. We're gonna be able to keep up with, you know, all the like the new games you guys want us to play. Like, say for example, like DLC for a game like this, or for a game like Elden Ring, for a game like, say, like, we just don't have it in the budget personally, you know, because like finances and stuff, like between me or Dad, like if we can't afford something but we really need it for content, that's what a dono's for. That's what a membership's for. That's what those kind of last minute things are like where I'm like, man, how do I get this? Well, yeah, I know that pool of money that is support from our members and our contributors, that's going to help us push through and still be able to do that stuff that you guys want, and still keep up with that high-end demand content, because people love our content and they love the variety of content that we bring. So if we want to continue to do that, you know, having the support in that just makes that process even easier. All right. You know, and there's a chance, on another note, there's a chance that I might need to change up my weapon. There's a chance that Butcher's Knife is just not going to be ideal here. It has good DPS. I mean, once I got it, I got it, and once I got Butcher's Knife, I pretty much used it for the rest of the playthrough up until now. Left. Or just do this. Run around. Yes. That's exactly what it is. Good to know. That's where the opening would be. For those of you watching at home and keeping up with my Dark Souls 3 journey, that's where the opening for attack, for damage is. That spot right there. And I know it may be overwhelming, and people have told me that sometimes watching me play Dark Souls gives them anxiety, but at the end of the day, just as long as you stick along for the ride and have hope and believe in me, you know, we'll definitely get through this together. It's going to be an amazing ride, and I just can't wait to finish off Dark Souls 3, and like, this really has been it's been my practice for Elden Ring, because when I got into Elden Ring, I felt like I still had unfinished business in Dark Souls 3. Like, I felt like I had to beat Nameless King first, almost to prove myself, and a couple other the more difficult bosses in the DLC. I felt like those were things that I almost had to prove as milestones for and accomplishments for myself personally. So, you know, I don't care that ended up tanking the run. I felt like that was important to say, you know, especially considering like this really is like me practicing to get up to the point where I'm able to keep up and, you know, stay up when it comes to the more difficult Elden Ring bosses. I don't want to be made a fool and like look like I'm just spending a shit ton of time on bosses that like, you know, I don't want to waste anybody's time at the end of the day. If it only, like, not to say I have an unrealistic expectation of like, I don't know what, I keep forgetting to light this bonfire. It's kind of funny. Not that I have like an unrealistic expectation of what, you know, the standard of a playthrough time is for something. It's just more so my goals for myself and what I think I'm capable of. You know what I mean? I'm always the one who wants to push themselves to the next milestones and the next big deal as far as gaming accomplishments goes. And now I'm gonna do that thing where I go silent. Dad calls it lo-fi, and I kind of like that. If that were to be like for an extended period of time, I think we should find some sort of public domain lo-fi music to play in that period, where even if it's just for like 3 to 5 minutes, where, you know, me or Dad just stop talking. Maybe not in a game like this because it has good music, but in other games, I just really like that concept where Dad just, you know, he just explains that he has to calm down and sometimes focus up to be able to accomplish what he's doing, and that's what it is. It's like study. And that's what people use lo-fi for typically. I mean, the lo-fi girl is literally studying in the little, like, whatever animated screen that they've created, which is beautiful. Like I mean, I know that's very random, and like shout out the people who make the like original lo-fi girl and like that whole thing, because I love that art and like that style is just really cool. And you know, that idea of having a playlist that you come to where you're just trying to study or like achieve some sort of goal of yours, and you're just trying to like mentally prepare for it. It's nice. I like it. But with that, I'm gonna enter, you know, that state where that Dad calls lo-fi, where he's really just trying to accomplish his goals and grind. So here it is. And it's not that I'm not going to talk, but it's mainly that most of my talking is going to be this. When I run up here, when I enter the boss fight, when important things come to mind, just more so I can, like I said, mentally prepare for just trying to remember the pattern and, you know, show out, have a good final boss fight. If this is for me personally, like, I want it to be as cinematic as possible. I want it to be, you know, like a good battle. Like, I almost do feel like Goku sometimes when I play games like Dark Souls. Like, whether that be putting myself at a little bit of a disadvantage, or the most average, like not over leveled or super high leveled for the experience kind of thing. Like, I really want it to be, like I said, cinematic and meaningful, because that's what I come to Dark Souls for. And my final diss in this boss's direction, God, I don't like the Ancient Wyvern, because it's not like that at all. Everything that I just mentioned about what makes Dark Souls awesome to me, and the only thing that I don't like about this game, but which is still not enough to make it, like I said, not a 10 out of 10. It's still a 10 out of 10 maybe. But that boss, like people have said online, is just like a transitional area rather than being considered a boss. So there's a reason that certain people have not talked about the Ancient Wyvern especially considering he rests in the same area as Nameless King. So Ancient Wyvern is hardly a boss at all. He's just like a transitional piece to get to Nameless King. Just that is completely devoid of satisfaction. But like I said, that's the last diss, because I do love this game a lot. This is my daily reminder to you to hydrate yourself. It's very important that you take care of yourself, because if you don't properly hydrate, you're not going to be able to accomplish your goals in pretty much any facet, whether that be gaming, sports, some sort of business, your career. Gotta be hydrated. That's just a day-to-day thing that you gotta keep up with. I know too many people who think it's just a quirky behavior to be dehydrated and not take care of themselves. Like, no. Don't even get me started about that. Like, and don't, like, I mean, it's really just, like, once I get to the point where, you know, I feel like that it's ran its course, and I feel like the fans understand the hydration thing, and I don't know, maybe if I ever get sick of it, then I'll stop saying it, but like at the same time, like I'm never gonna, if someone tells me that they're having super unhealthy habits or something in the chat, I'm still gonna be the first person to check yourself before you wreck yourself. If you're drinking a shit ton of caffeine and you're not drinking enough water in between, like, when you mention that, I'm gonna make sure that you still take care of yourself, because I feel like that's my responsibility as someone who is making content for you. Like, if I don't stand for good things, then you guys won't have, you know, this won't be a good community. If you have a community built on a bunch of negative behaviors and, you know, stuff like that, then you're not gonna have something genuine. And it's also it's gonna be a cesspool. There's a reason why, like, you say that you like a certain YouTuber and they're like, ew, or they're off put by it, because, like, that's such a divisive community to even be a part of. I would never want to be the YouTuber who's of that class or caliber. You know? It's funny because that's the one that I mentioned. I was like, when it came up the first time, I was like, ooh, because he just does it sometimes. It's that, oh, you know, he's getting too much damage in a quick period of time, throw it out there kind of. And Dark Souls bosses have so many variables on there that they base their AI movements out. And I'd love to know really some of like the inner workings of why they behave a certain way. Like that shit. And you saw me play for a good bit of time, and he didn't even do that at all. So like, what causes a Dark Souls boss to go into that mode where it's like, okay, I'm gonna throw some of these moves that may not be, you know, in every run, but you'll see them occasionally, and they'll be, you know, they're just slight variances. Or like with Nameless King, people always talk about how he breaks the, you know, he almost breaks his own cycle. So like, I'd love to know what people think about that. Like, what causes him to do that, and like, I'd love to know like the inner workings of a Dark Souls boss. Like, what's a Dark Souls boss's brain like? I don't think anyone's talking about that. That was a good hit. But yeah, I still can't believe I beat Nameless King in only 4.5 hours with the gameplay. It was fantastic for me personally, knowing that it's like half the time that it takes on average. It's almost like just a little bit of bragging rights, even if it's to my friends talking to my friends, like, you know, I have friends who talk all this shit about like how good they are at stuff, and like, it's not, it's almost like kind of put them in check sometimes. Like I had a friend who's just like, yeah dude, you know, just talking shit about anyone who was like newer to Dark Souls and not good at it. And then like I asked him how, like I was talking to him more recently and I was like, well, how long did it take you to beat Nameless King? And he's like, oh dude, it was like 100 hours, and like just told me like this long story. And I'm like, oh, and it took me 4.5 hours. And he's like, he literally like almost like realized that it's like, you know, be a little humble about the shit that's, you know, going on. Like this is one of those games that you really should be humble about, because it's only if you have the time, the effort, the patience, and if someone's not capable of doing it, don't give them shit. Don't be like, you know, don't put other people down. It was almost my way of putting like him in the position where, like, well, how does it feel? Really, how does it feel to be like, to be in that position where you almost feel, you know, you feel targeted? Like, don't call me out because I can't beat a game. But I'll be the first I stand on that, but I'll be the first person to like give you props for beating something, you know, when talking about it, because I really am one of those people who I feel like I'm humble, and from what people say who are close to me, sometimes I'm too humble about my accomplishments and don't give myself enough credit. But at the same time, like, I'm not gonna ever shove that in someone else's face unless it's to prove a point to someone who's already an asshole, and they're doing that to other people, and I'm trying to almost try to teach them some sort of lesson because they're being obnoxious and unbearable. That's, you know, that's the last we'll speak of that. I really do need to just hone in and think. I'm getting good about where I get my openings. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. That backflip is awesome. I just still think even stuff within like that, like characters like this never have so much flair and life to them. They're always so lifeless in the Souls series, so to have a boss that's so full of life, you really do feel like the Soul of Cinder is like a amalgamation of all the most powerful and still active souls. Whereas it's like, God, you look at some of the bosses, and it's like, once someone unfortunately told me that Dark Souls 2 has such an anticlimactic final boss, it's like, it's kind of hard for you to sell me on it. You know what I mean? Like Dark Souls 2 is such an alienating experience, sometimes for no reason. I'm sure it's out there for the elitists. It's one of those things that, like, I'll akin this to almost like my opinion on Call of Duty Zombies, right? Some people think Black Ops 4 is fantastic because it's more Easter egg centric and it's really good for hardcore players. But that is not going to be the average experience by anyone else who loves that thing for what it is, right? And ultimately, like, I love zombies for certain aspects that aren't just Easter eggs, just the casual, mindless gameplay sometimes. So I think, personally, games like Black Ops 2 and 3 have much more ground to stand on as far as, like, being the best that Call of Duty Zombies has to offer. Because it's like arcade-based, mindless fun that you can do with your friends. It's perfect. But a lot of people who are very high up in the community and very, like, good at the mechanics of it and have played a lot of those games to death are at that point because they've played them too much that they don't even like them anymore because they're too casual of an experience. And then that's just when you get into elitist territory, and you're ruining it. Like, people who say that Dark Souls 3 isn't a good game because they played Dark Souls 2 and like how unfairly difficult it is and how what I think kind of clunky and flawed the combat system feels by comparison to Dark Souls 3. Like, there's a reason Elden Ring went back to a more like a Dark Souls 3 combat system rather than continuing on rather than adapting to like the Dark Souls 2 system or something. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So once they had to fix, Dark Souls 3 had to fix what Dark Souls 2 kind of like didn't deliver with. Because supposedly even the original Demon Souls rests and stands better with a lot of fans compared to Dark Souls 2. So you never want to give this guy too much time, obviously, because he's healing. I knew that one was coming, but I didn't time my dodge properly. I'm liking the chase of this almost. It's so different from Nameless King that it's not like difficult still, you know? Just because Nameless King was just such a different experience as far as like patterns go, that this, you know, it's such a different boss that you can't even put Nameless King and this in the same league. You know what I mean? Like, that was a good hit, I guess. I shouldn't have healed. It's on me, though. He just has good range on him. Alright. This is the last stand on my part. You just want to minimize how much he really heals from that by doing damage while it happens, right? If I remember correctly. And with that knowledge, even from this run alone, I've taken that piece of knowledge into mine. Before, I forgot, like he did that area of effect where he damaged me, and then he went down for the kneel, and I was expecting some sort of like, I was expecting something different for some reason the first time when he did that heal, because he hadn't really done that. And now I know I can really just hammer on him and do a little, like, minimize the amount he really healed in that period. So as long as you're just still on the defense, or on the offense, and just still keeping it consistent, like, you'll be good. Okay. I should be getting some moss clumps and stuff for increased stamina regen. I don't even think about some of the passive consumables that could make this easier. I'm such a raw player as far as that's concerned. I use the rings that I find that sound best based off of their descriptions, and that's about it. You know what I mean? I do believe that I've used the Butcher's Knife based off of a fan recommendation, or if not, it was based off of some sort of like Reddit post or something. I can't remember whether it was someone I talked to who like stopped in chat one time, or some sort of thing, something I was reading online in a Reddit post. Because like as far as like recommendations for, like, you ask a very niche question and you'll find it all. That's like one of the best appeals to that website. Is if there's any general question about pretty much anything, you'll probably find a 7-year-old Reddit post that asks the same question. And you're like, wow, that's fantastic. This makes the troubleshooting of this specific problem so much easier. And then you're just very thankful that that person, like, not to be, you know, say you're thankful that they had that problem, but I mean, you're thankful that you found the solution because they were able to find it 7 years ago. Damn. We're about an hour in, and I feel very confident breaking half the health bar. I'm feeling very good about this. Let's see if there is any like moss clumps that I can use. Temporary boost to stamina recovery speed. In addition to that, there's this. I think it would be so awesome if I had the Siegbrow and I use that as like some game-winning save as far as like final last-ditch health goes. Here. So let me put that at the last slot. I think that would be such a fun deal. If I were to have that as my last-ditch save, and like in that run where I feel like I'm really gonna get it, just down the Siegbrow and use that as like for inspiration and motivation to continue the battle. So let's eat some green blossom and improve stamina, regen speed, which I hope does stack with this ring I'm rocking. It seems to help. Even if that means I can get just one or two more hits off and be able to dodge just a second earlier, that can help in so many situations, you know. Yeah, I need to remember that in this phase, it's just so much, aside from that one magic missile and the super big blast, I have more opportunities to heal and sharpen my weapon for extra damage. Give me 1 second. I don't think I've ever seen someone use Butcher's Knife this late game. I don't know, I mean... I guess it's just because I really like axes, and I'm gonna come to find out that I'm really, like, because the Butcher's Knife is a sword cloaked as an axe, or no, an axe cloaked as a sword. That's why I like it, and that's why I like its moveset and how it responds when I'm playing. And I think that's I actually sat there and just went and like kind of inquired online about why that might be, because like people are saying that Butcher's Knife is not good for Soul of Cinder, or good for Nameless King, but you saw me beat Nameless King with Butcher's Knife with, like, I don't know, it's like some people really rely on, like I said, those status effects and things to help them through the fight. Which there's no, like I said, no disrespect or no, like, shame to using those things, but there's a certain, I go for a certain level of gameplay, a certain expectation, because even though I shouldn't care about how it comes off or how people like view things, but like ultimately a lot of the time on the internet you'll find people who have such a like elitist opinion about especially games like Dark Souls. Like if a player is able to make their way all the way through Dark Souls as an experience, regardless of what it takes for them to get through it, you should not give them any sort of shit or doubt or like none of that. Like they should be just as satisfied and happy that they beat Dark Souls any way they did, whether that be using magic, whether that be using pyromancy, whether that be using two-handed weaponry that that's super awesome, any sort of buffs or anything they do, summoning using summoning signs, having their friends help them beat a boss. Like, don't give them shit. This is just we're all playing games to have fun. Like, ultimately, don't make it a bigger deal than it is. wrong, I love the struggle of Dark Souls. I love what it takes to beat a boss, to put the time in, to really put the work and effort into beating that experience. Like, that's fantastic to me, and I love that. But don't push your unreal expectations for yourself on other people. I totally love having super high expectations for me, but I never put other people and make them set to the, like, they should not be held to my expectations as far as gaming accomplishments goes. And that should be really anything that you're specialized at or you're really good at that other people are just now playing, or in this case it's just now playing. People who are just now getting into that specialty. Like, say you're an actor. You should not be shitty to people who are just now getting into acting or just now trying to express themselves as actors, because they're trying to put the time into or comedians. People on the lowest level, as far as being comedians go, who aren't stand-up comics, aren't established. Don't give them shit because they're trying to practice their comedy or get their grind on. Like, don't knock it until you're in that position where you're doing that. And once you know what it takes to be in that position where you're putting all that effort in, all that time, love, and you're putting in the grind, I don't know, it's a different kind of experience. You're so much more humble when you are in that position. I wonder if there are any other rings I could have got that would have made any of this stuff easier. This is kind of like the same set of rings that I rocked the first time I beat the game. In all honesty, I used the Pontiff's left eye pretty much every time because it's just so good. I'm sure it's been nerfed and adjusted since launch, but it's just so fantastic. What's up, William Grieve? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great night. Or evening. I appreciate your positive words. Yeah, I don't really think I could do any better as far as rings go. I didn't really align with any sort of covenant. Is there anything else I have here? Like I said, I could put a couple. Maybe I'll just go quickly level up to 100. Let's just round that off. I'm at 91. I'll just level up to 100. Just for funsies. Also, I kind of need to put some levels into some more stamina, I feel. So that's kind of why I feel that way. Shout out to Karzak for donating some of these souls. A bit of these Crestfallen Knight souls he gave me when I featured him when we fought Abyss Watchers. You know, I really just wanted to showcase a subscriber in one of the boss fights. And that was one. I almost thought it was kind of fun because Abyss Watchers, he summons his own clones, so to have another real person fight that fight was really fun. Especially considering I said no summon signs and stuff for a lot of the other fights. To give myself the ability to do that was, it was more special because I didn't abuse it and did do it all the time. Yeah, it doesn't seem like. Alright, so what do I need to do next? Yeah, you should be able to donate. We have you should have access to super chats and memberships. We have a membership. We have membership options if you're looking to donate. As far as that goes, we have the bias a bit of caffeine tier, the significant contribution tier, and the totally unnecessary tier, and all of those give you access to limited chief emotes in the chat, as well as access to our exclusive Vid-Bits Minecraft server that Dad and I have been putting a lot of time and effort into. We've been building up this huge world with all kinds of interesting architecture and transitional areas and hub world kind of stuff. Like, we really want to build it to the point where we feel like we can showcase our subscribers' builds and everything. Well, let me figure that out for you, William. If you were to do a membership, you would have to be subscribed. I think is one of the things. Where is the option? It does seem to have disappeared. Let me check that in YouTube Studio real quick. Make sure that that's all good. Memberships. Yeah, memberships are on. I can send you a link. That would be easy. I can send that via chat. I don't, that should just be there. I don't know why that's not, like, there should normally just be a little icon. We've never really had that sort of problem before. I'm very, very sorry about this. I'll look into that. Maybe your YouTube app isn't updated on your phone. It could be that. I think that we might have had that be a problem before, now that I think about it. Because what you see when I send you that link is the same thing that should just kind of be embedded into YouTube. Like I said, I'm so sorry about all that, because we have not had that kind of problem before. But like I said, with memberships, the higher tiers have access to every subsequent tier, all the benefits and stuff, as well as like the Discord roles and stuff. So we do have a community Discord where all of our homies can hang out and chill. It's relatively small now, but you know, when it gets, we don't want it to be too huge yet until we can have people help us manage it, more people, that is, to the point where, you know, it's not as like, we don't want it to ever be like a wasteland or like a cesspool or anything, because too many people are in there and we can't moderate everything. But I'll have Dad look into that as far as the memberships go. All right, sorry to have stopped the momentum. I wanted to help William out, especially considering he was taking the time to ask about it. That's very generous of you, William. Let me think. Right, so how many souls is it ultimately gonna take to level myself up 9 levels? It's gonna be a good amount of souls, and I'd like to just use from the stack of souls that Karzak gave me before I start going to extra piles of souls and stuff. There's a big old stack that should help with a good chunk of levels. Yeah, definitely put up 3. Yeah, that's a good bit of stamina.
Ashen One,
becoming so expensive. I actually underestimated how much it would take to get 9 levels. I mean, I could just use the rest of the stack, but that would be a lot. Let's use like 12. It's so many souls. It's crazy that when you get into late game, it takes that much to level up one time. 52,000. So let's put 36. Let's round that up to 150. That's good for stamina. Definitely gave me a significant chunk. On top of that, I think I might want to invest either 2 in strength. That brings me to a clean 400 as far as that goes, and that would bring me to level 99. That's some good round numbers there. I just need to, I think I'm gonna toss 1 into dexterity next. And that'll be the 100 levels, which I think, for me personally, this was also to kind of learn how to invest skill points better in the Soulsborne series, or not series, genre. Just because I'm not really good at investing skill points a lot of the time, or I will kind of put them into the wrong spots or anything or something. Well, it seems to have disabled super chats. Oh my gosh, it did. It did. Thank you so much for calling that out. That'll be the easiest way for you to do that if you can't. Wait, let me make sure the memberships aren't unchecked. Yeah, the members thing should still be good. I don't know why that's not working. But everything else should be good. Channel memberships are on, but super chats, super stickers, and super thanks all had been disabled. I'm unaware as to how we got to that point. I think there might have been something where we had to confirm some sort of info with YouTube, or who's their secured pay method. I don't remember whatever their I don't remember who it is, who their ads are paid through and their memberships are paid through or whatever. They have some sort of company that does that, right? But I think it's because we hadn't confirmed some sort of information for that. So thank you for pointing that out. I really do appreciate that, because it's something that we wouldn't have noticed that until someone said something about it. But yeah, thank you again. And then the other thing, like I said, was there was a more recent update to YouTube, so sometimes that could be because your app is not up to date.
Sure to bring more.
All right, that was a brief respite.
Very well. Then take no.
This brings me. This will bring me up to level 100, which I just like round numbers. It's nice. We'll just toss that into dexterity. Make my swing speed a little quicker. And then I'm gonna buy some. Is there more embers available, or did I buy her out? Is there any other way to buy embers? Is there like you can buy slabs? If only. Why are chunks not in here? If I could buy chunks, it would make it so much easier. It's not like I'm like I need slabs.
Ashen
I guess I
one.
could look for other weapons to possibly. I use the curved greatsword, which I might have leveled that all the way up to 100 now that I think. No, not 100. I mean 10. See, it's chunks. Like, you can't get chunks, so there's that level series of levels that are very difficult. I guess because I must have forgot to fully explore that area, or I didn't explore it as well as I could. Sometimes I definitely can attest to that, where I feel like I'm just trying to get through. Thank you so much, William. William, you're so generous, and ultimately, don't feel bad. Anything and everything that you guys give means the world to us, because it truly is a blessing and an honor that you guys feel like you need to contribute to that level, because donations are just they're so generous, because it helps us create more amazing content for you guys. It helps us buy the newest game. It helps us, afford things that we possibly wouldn't be able to afford to be able to make content for you guys. Because first and foremost, that's what we're focusing on. We want to make awesome content that we would want to watch. And that's the mission statement of the Vid-Bits, and that was always the goal for me. Was like, I wanted to have that channel that I could watch that almost made me feel like.
Be careful, I go.
When the channel that we have now is the channel I would always want to watch back when I was a kid. And that's just such a good, that was such a goal for me, and the fact that we are there, and the fact that I really, I can say that this is a channel that I do watch, and it's like, it is to that extent. It's just kind of crazy. Yeah, that helps buy the DLC. It really does, because I haven't bought it yet, and yeah, shout out to William. He's how I bought the DLC. Just so thankful. I'm so thankful to be in the position where you guys feel compelled to do that, and I'm so thankful that you guys have been on this journey with me and Dad for the past 2 years, as we hit 1 million total video views, 100,000 views on a single video with the Chef Saltbaker. When me and Dad, back when the Cuphead DLC came out, we had beat all of it back to back to back. We just rapid fire posted all of the videos for the whole game, and the video that got the most traction was Chef Saltbaker, and beating that, even though back then we had no commentary because we didn't have a good mic, and we didn't have a good recording situation going on, but you can even see the progress between then and now, where we are. I'm still so thankful that you guys have been, you've bared with us as we've had audio issues, we've had technical problems, and you've helped us navigate those sort of issues that could have stifled our creative process or got us demotivated to the point where we didn't want to do it at all. And that really is something that I want to you guys to know is super just super important, because that's you guys are the reason why we are where we are today. Me and Dad are just so blessed and humble and glad that you guys are glad or want to be a part of our community. Because I always wanted to have that feeling when I was a kid, that I was part of a community. A lot of communities felt like it was a community, but it didn't seem like you were part of it quite I feel like some channels were definitely better than others, and channels Game Theory, you really did feel like you were part of the community. Channels that really just helped set the foundation of a lot of my inspiration for YouTube. Not that it's that specific niche or anything, but just inspiring me to know that just a random Matt Pat was just some random theater kid, and not that I'm a theater kid, but he was just a regular guy. He was just a random regular guy. He made his dreams come true, and he built his legacy, and ultimately he retired while the iron was still hot, and I really respect him for all of his decisions and his business, because he really is like, you can definitely look up to someone like Pat, because he really cares about his brand, the people he's surrounded himself with, and his subculture and everything. That's just so important to the internet in general. I need to get back into the groove. It may take me a second. So, unfortunately, when we get donations, I get kind of shocked, and I get a little, I guess a little emotional, and I still am coming to terms with how to process those kind of feelings and everything, because ultimately it's so overwhelming, and it fills me with such a sense of gratitude and appreciation for those who really like are in that position to help and want to help, even you know, to any extent like that. Like, I'd love to see you in the Discord, and like I know that typically the whole deal with the Minecraft server is being part of the membership, but because you couldn't join via membership and you did contribute, like, it was a significant contribution via donation. If you're interested and you'd like to hop into that Minecraft server with me and Dad, I would totally make that exception, and I totally understand, like, if you want to do that, because, you know, we have not had any problems with joining via membership or anything in the past, because we do have active members. Shout out Skippy the Bard and Musicus Dominium, aka Puzzler Studios. Like, just those guys, I mean, I remember their names for a reason, because I talk to them on a regular basis, and I'm sure I'll get to know you really well, William, and I look forward to seeing you in the Discord or on the channel, post some comments in the future. We've got so much more to come, and this isn't just it. Like, if you enjoy Souls games, I'm definitely going to make more Souls kind of content, whether that be Bloodborne in the future, or after I beat Dark Souls 3, I'm going to do Elden Ring, and that'll be super fun, because by the time I'm done with that, I'm sure the DLC will be available, and that'll be like a whole thing of a pipe within itself. But thank you so much, ultimately. It really does mean a lot. Now I'm going to focus up for a bit here and try to get my chops back after after our little upgrade at Firelink Shrine. It's given me just having that little bit more bar to work with as far as stamina goes. It makes it a lot easier. No, he healed. You bastard. Yay! Yes, William wants to join the Minecraft server. It is only via Bedrock, so I'll have to. Hopefully, you have Minecraft Bedrock. Most people have, even if they're on PC, they've bought both versions at this point. Or most a lot of people aren't playing on the legacy console version of Minecraft, even though a lot of us, I know, were at a period of time where they were, you know, on the fence about the new changes to Minecraft. Like, it's my baby, I grew up with Minecraft, how can they change it? But at this point, I'm actually really impressed with a lot of the more modern and interesting changes and all the cool mobs they've added. But yeah, I'm so excited to have another active member in the Minecraft server, because Dad's actually in the other room working on the Minecraft server as we speak, and just to know that you want to be a part of that is amazing. I have a house built if you'd like to live there, or if you're a builder yourself and you feel confident enough to, you know, do that. I would love to see it. William says, yeah, when I play with you guys, my accent is gonna be weird because I'm Danish. Oh, it's fine, dude. You know, not that the accents are, you know, exactly the same, but my great grandmother is German, and you know, she has a very thick accent, or she at least used to. It's gotten more Americanized as she spent more time here, but I definitely, that doesn't bother me at all. It's just a joy to be able to play with someone. Truly, to be in the position where we have people who are interested in our community Minecraft server and Discord and everything. Like, shout out to you, William. You're awesome. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. We will be right back. Please be patient. Yeah. Look forward to the epic win. I do think I'll get it in this stream. I'm just warming up. We are back. Thank you so much for your patience. I was just going and using the restroom, get some water. One of our main MOs here is to take care of yourself, hydrate, and ultimately just, you know, follow your passion. If there's something you care about, whether that be content creating, programming, anything in between, anything of the like. We love to see your passions here. So that the Discord is a great place for you to be able to showcase your passions, talk to other people who are super passionate and who are really working toward their dreams, because you guys help us make our dreams come true. So we want to showcase your dreams and help elevate you guys just as much as you've helped elevate us. So. That was not good. I started running too late. I also was blocking, and I think that slightly makes you run slower. Or that makes you run slightly slower. Sometimes I fumble my words. I just zoned out for a second. I was like thinking about something in the background, and unfortunately I just didn't even... What? You're an indie game dev, William? That's amazing. Even if your stuff is not public, I would love to talk to you in DMs about that. I'm so invested in the industry and so supportive of indie game devs. I would love to give back, even if it's just in some sort of small criticism, like constructive criticism, or some sort of like a testing. I've always wanted to be a game tester. That's been something that was a goal for me, like just to be able to test a game for someone and make sure that it's like, you know, in this version, is this thing, like if say you don't want a specific thing to be possible, you want this to be, you know, this seam on a wall to be clear. So it's like I can, you know, sit there for hours, and it would be something that would be a joy for me to do, to test your game and like try to break its limits and like see, like, you know, make sure that things are all patched up and as clean and as operating as you want them. But at the same time, if you're in that stage where you're still, you know, counting your cards, you know, getting your hand together, sometimes you don't want, or you're not in a position to necessarily need someone, you know, seeing that yet. And sometimes it needs a little bit more time to bake in the oven, and that's totally alright. There was a period of time where we had just registered the Vid-Bits as a name on YouTube. We hadn't posted any videos for like a 1 or 2 month period, just to, you know, let it resonate a little bit, and then we started our grind. So I totally understand. Dad calls it working in silence, and sometimes you just need to do that. That makes absolute sense to me. What's up, T7? You use Unity? Unity's reputable as far as I know. But once again, shout out to William. Shout out to chasing your dreams and working on your passion project. That is our mission statement, and our, like, I know I say that a lot, but it's just something that's so important to us, and it's like the root of who we are here at the Vid-Bits, me and Dad. Like, if you don't know who we are, I'm Bray, and Dad is Brian, and we post quite a bit of content here on YouTube. We stream every day. We are currently working on a series called Game a Day May, where we stream a different game every day for the month of May, and it's been really fun so far. We played Castle Crashers. Dad sat down and beat Undertale in a single sitting. We just did so much, and we really like optimizing and showing off really what we feel love as far as marathons go as gamers. We also just love to speed run. If you're just trying to learn more about us, me and Dad both have pretty reputable speed runs on DuckTales. We can set a sub 8-minute run each on DuckTales NES, and that's one of our favorite speed runs. Dad also can beat Mario Bros. 1 in less than 6 minutes, Mario Bros. 2 in less than 14, Mario Bros. 3 as well, less than 14, and just about 15 minutes for Mario World as well. So I mean, he really has some really good times, and I think he could hone his craft as far as any of those specific speed runs go. But he's just working on many different things at this point, and we're just you know, putting all the irons in the fire and getting ready for whatever we're gonna do. You know, sometimes you don't know why you're doing things, and you're just, yeah, it's happening for a reason. So. I am gonna say, if there's anyone out there who has a Dark Souls character who has like a bunch of excess stuff, I'm talking UT7 or Karzak or any of those Dark Souls heads who are consistently stopping in throughout the streams, I'd love to have some extra embers, because I mean, I blew them all in really unopportune moments, I feel like, and then I beat all the really awesome stuff without using embers. But this is one of those points where I kind of would like to have embers to learn a little bit more and get farther in the phase, or, you know, possibly beat it with it. But if not, I totally understand, and I feel like I'm capable of beating it without it. But, you know, it's one of those things that sometimes it's just nice to have. That's a cool attack. DuckTales was your childhood game? Man, you better go check out some of those speedruns after this stream then. It is, it's super fun to watch. The sequence breaks are fantastic if you love speedrunning. Oh my gosh. Very accessible too. That's one of those things that maybe we'll make if it gets enough traction, or if you want to see it in specific, we'll make a video explaining tech as far as speedrunning is concerned. I would love to do that sometime and kind of let you guys know our whole inner process for that. Damn. You've beaten the game so many times you could give me some tech? If you could give us some tech, that would be fantastic. Or if you personally speedrun the game, that would be also fantastic, because me and Dad have been looking for someone to bounce ideas off of, talk tech. I mean, I don't know how quick your run is at DuckTales, but man, it's just like to be, you know, in the presence of someone else who speedruns or, you know, is passionate about DuckTales is just awesome, because it's one of my favorite NES games. I just love how Dark Souls kind of brought back that NES style difficulty to the mainstream. And some people don't like that it created a whole genre of like the Soulsborne games, but honestly, I like the games, and there are so many more of those that I look forward to playing, like Lies of P and other games inspired by Dark Souls. I just, you know, I'm excited. They're far off in the backlog, unfortunately, because like Elden Ring is on the horizon and a couple other projects, but ultimately at the same time, like I do appreciate those games, and I look forward to experiencing their quality and masterpiece. If your game's downloading, yeah, you can totally hop in the Minecraft server. I'm gonna need to add you to the list, so just send me, if you go to the Discord, just send me a message with your gamer tag or whatever your Minecraft account name, so I can add you and make you a member of the exclusive Vid-Bits Minecraft server. For sure, if you want to, you know, have this in the background and play some Minecraft, That's what Dad's doing. Dad's moderating the chat and playing a bit of Minecraft on his second screen, so totally understandable. Yeah, I agree, T7. Soul of Cinder, his attacks are delayed and quick at the same time, so balanced. It's very balanced. You have not, like, you wouldn't catch me getting super angry about the balancing on this one, because it's like, it is very good. Like, I can't get super mad about the balancing or anything, because there's not a bad ramp, it's not unfair, it's really, you know, ultimately, when I die, I know it's my fault and it makes sense. And I appreciate when a game doesn't make me feel like I've been cheated. Because sometimes there are games that make you feel like you've been cheated. And that's just a horrible feeling. I need to get rid of that. Yes. I need to back up. I think I actually may be too close to the screen for once. Sometimes when I play very bad, it's because I sit too far away from the screen, and I'm almost like too casual about it. Whereas like right now, like for a little bit, I think I was almost too close to the screen. That's the attack that's delayed that I forget about. And like you said, that one's very balanced. It's choreographed enough and different enough, and it doesn't feel like it's the same attack with a slight variation that it's almost deceptive. You really feel like you know what you're getting into, you know? I don't know why. All his spell casting is making me think of the meme where it's like the wizard and he's like, I cast tungsten ball sack. I don't know that's what, like, my brain, like, just went there for some reason, like I haven't played Bloodborne yet, but I do look forward to it. I think Bloodborne will likely be either co-streamed at some point with Elden Ring or done afterwards. I'm not entirely sure yet. They're very different experiences, so I feel like I could play them at the same time. But I don't want to burn myself out on these type of games either, because I really enjoy the difficulty and the replayability, as well as the satisfaction that I get from beating a given boss. So I wouldn't want to ruin that by playing too many at the same time. You see every once in a while, and I see that's the other thing, is that little holy deal. You don't really see that often. But supposedly holy doesn't exist in this. That was a healing effect, is what I meant. But it's like that you know, almost like purity kind of aura makes me just think of like holy. Like I said though, William, just send me a message in Discord. My name is Bray in the chat. As far as like the Minecraft is concerned. But we are very excited to have you, because you know we've been ready to show off some of our creations to our subscribers. I love this phase. I just have some sort of like fondness for it. I don't know why. Just the animations, the style. Like I said, how lively this boss is. This boss is so like he feels so energetic compared to the dull, very telegraphed and just drained bosses of a lot of other Souls games at times. But that's also what makes this game very melodramatic and interesting in comparison to a lot of other games, is they don't go for that, you know, super bright disposition or anything. It's like very you go from the beautiful at times with like places like shit. I dodged that on the right side. Holy shit. What's it called? There's an area that I just thought was so beautiful. You go back in the Dark Souls 3 playlist, which I recommend you catch up on if you want to see me play more Dark Souls 3, as I'm, yeah, just to get the full momentum of it. He's going for a heal, so I am too. That's what I remembered, chat. I thought he had a stagger or a parry. It's that. Holy shit. That's it, chat. That's it. Dubs in the chat. Oh shit, second phase. Good stuff. Good stuff, first phase. Good stuff. That's all I wanted, was just, like, my first goal was first phase. And that's been breached. And second phase is actually what I'm more familiar with. I was, initially, when I started streaming, started this stream, I was playing the first phase like I remembered the second phase, but now that I've distinguished them in my mind, like I'm so ready. That's hype. That's big hype. Going for a Cuphead aesthetic, awesome. You've sold me. You've sold me. That's all you need to say. Even if you don't say anything else, you've already sold me. If I get the position, if I'm in the position where, you know, contributions and donations can possibly be paid forward from the Vid-Bits, I would love to somehow contribute in some way. If you're working on an indie game, if it needs funding, if we're in the position and we grow enough where we can even contribute in some sort of way, that would be fantastic, because ultimately we love showcasing and like really building up our community and their projects, because that's very important to us. forgot that this phase is so much easier countered if you're in this phase. Because you can just dodge around a lot of this magic missile bullshit. Whereas you think for some reason you want to be farther away, but it's just so much more accurate at a distance. Whereas you can avoid a lot more of it this way. Especially that one. You can actually use that as an opening for damage. See, like, now I'm getting this kind of clarity where after that first phase was finally done, I learned some spots where I could be improving damage and optimizing my strategy, just getting to second phase again. This is one of those things that just kind of define me as a gamer sometimes, because like I really identify with that kind of experience of building skill through trial and error and really understanding what you're doing when you're doing it. Like I love that part. Like I love knowing why I'm dodging. I'm dodging because if not, I've died 25 times to that same attack because I didn't dodge. You know what I mean? Like those are the kind of things. That's why I love Dark Souls, and that's why I will come to appreciate any game that has that level of novel difficulty, like NES games or games that are like with a more rudimentary style, where they have some sort of limitations. I think games with limitations are good. Sometimes people think limitations are a bad thing, but limitations make a game good. And actually, in this game is a perfect example of that, because I think the linearity of Dark Souls is what gives it a very interesting and unique flair. Not that I'm not going to love Elden Ring for its open world take to that, but ultimately I really appreciate Dark Souls for its linear path, because it's accessible because of that. You don't feel like you're just getting lost trying to do things, you know? Yeah, beating first phase is just the first step, guys. In 2 hours. That's a perfect, to me, the fact that it took 2 hours to beat the first phase, absolutely fine. That is totally cool with me. Because that means that this next phase, if it takes 2 hours, fine. If it takes a little bit less, that just means I can already see live on stream. You can track my scaling progress and how I'm improving. And I just love to see that. That's just awesome to me. Being able to see my progress and know, I'm doing better in this way, and I'm looking for, I found more openings for attack than before. Just reaching that point where you really feel like you're better optimizing your strategy going forward. Okay. I'm still getting used to it, not gonna lie. It was exhilarating though to get past that first phase. It's still an intimidating boss. Alright, just gonna back up with some heals. I guess I never really thought of this, but if anyone really wanted me to change my outfit going forward, since I'm so set on being the Abyss Watchers, if you wanted me to be some other boss armor or have some unique set to go track down and have that be part of a stream, anyone who donates, that can be a super chat, that can totally be a thing. So, as well as the, like I said earlier, server and stuff, William, if you really wanted me to change my armor, I think I would, I'd be open to some suggestions. Just because I've been rocking the Abyss Watcher set for so long that I'd be down for a change of pace at this point to the DLC. But if you're cool with it, if you're rocking with it, then we can totally keep it on. Just wanted to throw that out there because you did. want to bring a different level of interactivity, you know? Gosh. Talk about aggressive. Those magic missiles definitely remind me of Aldrich, I don't know how to say it. Both sound equally as evil. Come on. Wow. Run. I knew I shouldn't have double healed. You level your weapon up, I'll level mine. Ooh. I need to remember not to block during that because it makes me start running slightly slower. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Come on, William. You don't gotta be that awesome. I mean, come on, man. You made me break. Like, I was so in the zone and I was looking at that, I was like, holy shit, is that? And then I was correct. Another just generous donation from William. You're the best. Hope you get popular. Oh my gosh. I can't gush enough about how appreciative we are. Truly, me and Dad put so much time and effort into the channel, so for that to not be for that to go noticed is just, it's so fantastic that you see all of the time and effort that we put in. Like, thank you so much. Your good vibes and energy really have helped motivate me this stream, and you know, I hope it's helped motivate others to do great things as well. And I can't wait to see more of your indie project. Seriously. And if you're looking for game testers, just send me a Discord message. And if you ever feel like you're at that point where you need a little bit of publicity, dev codes, man. Send me some codes or review codes. That would be or actually, you know what? Not even just that. I'll buy copies of your game. Don't actually, because we want to invest in you as a person and we want to let it be known that we really care about your project. Don't send us a dev code. And if you do send us codes, be it so people can check out your game and we can get them away. We will buy copies of it. Now that I think about it. Just let me know whenever that gets listed on Steam, even if it's early access. I'll make sure to wish list it, save it to get some hype on the name. Just let me know if there's ever that time where you feel like you're ready. Even if I know we only have like 2,600 eyes, but if that means that a couple people get some hype on your project and we're able to help get that out there, that's totally what we want. Inside scoop for you, for anyone. I mean, I guess anyone who's in the chat, but especially you, William. Game of Day May today is going to be Stick Fight. Me and Dad are both going to be playing. It's going to be super fun. It's a game that I wanted to show him and mess around in for a while, so it's cool that we're in the position to play that together now, and especially to play it for stream. Like, couldn't be a better time. And Game of Day May is just I'm just so glad that our little project to showcase some of our favorite indie games and games that are influential and important to the industry. I'm glad that other people share that sentiment and really want to bask in how important and awesome those games are. Because ultimately I'm an advocate for video games as art because a lot of people tend to not appreciate them as such. Due to how delayed his attacks are sometimes, I'm having to dodge twice, but I do have a little bit more stamina to work with. If there are any other rings that you know of that I could possibly backtrack and go find that would make things, a little bit more palatable, even if just to make it like a new gameplay mechanic to work for, or something to kind of change things up. Well, that's a cool new attack. Haven't seen that one. I don't think we saw that one last time. I mean, I might have overlooked it, but it was really cool. The animations are just so sweet for this guy. He thought of the same thing, huh? Thank you, Dad, for providing the link to Game of Day May. totally understand if you would want to go and binge some of that content, because you might want to catch up for Game of Day May today, which you know, has been pushed off a little later than usual because of the stream, I think. But you know, ultimately, as long as we start the stream before midnight, it counts to us. That's our whole criteria. As long as it starts before midnight, you know, sometimes, you know, long days happen and we can't, you know, push off our entire content schedule for an extra project that we're working on. That's just like our passion project here on the channel. So like, aside, like, not that all of the content isn't our passion, but like that's like our we came up with that, and we really are, you know, even though it may not be as marketable and may not reach the same audience as one of our normal videos, we're just still glad to be able to do that kind of stuff on the channel. I was thinking about two-handed. That might make this easier. It would force me to learn the pattern a little bit more. Two-handing this weapon. That was nice. Alright, sorry if I don't read chat too much, I'm just trying to focus. You know, if that means that I need to possibly try a different weapon to see better results. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I could go for something like this. I mean, I know people love this weapon, but there's I also don't have it leveled up at all, so I don't know. It's once you've dedicated to a certain play style, you can't really diversify too much more. But at the same time, this Exile Greatsword is, by comparison, pretty close. 266, 194. I mean, it's pretty close. Could I still? Would it be a fat roll? Oh, it would. That's the only downside, is I don't. If I can level up, whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna stick with what I was using, actually. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There is also this Chaos Blade, which might fit my playstyle pretty well. I am using its strength and dex, but my dex isn't really high enough, I think, for that to make sense. With those kind of with a dex build, you're relying on being able to do more swings in a shorter period of time, versus higher damage versus like high damage over a short, like, what is it? High DPS, like, it's like damage per second versus like damage over time kind of thing. Like, sometimes you want to do a lot of damage in a short period of time, and then other times you're trying to do a lot of damage over an extended period of time, and they each kind of cater to that in a different way. Do you play Elden Ring? Okay, so Dark Souls 3 has kind of been a way for me to train up to be able to beat Elden Ring on the channel. That's my goal. So once I beat Dark Souls 3, we're going to start Elden Ring right away. That'll just be the next project. So mainly, the way me and Dad work is, one of us, typically on the channel, one of us are working on a solo project. Like he's working on a solo project, I'm working on a solo project, we're working on something together. So there's always something in the works, right? So with Game of Day May, that's kind of our together project. You know, at the moment, we're also working on a couple other small things in the background. I definitely look forward to playing Elden Ring, but like I said, at the same time, I do need to, personally, for my own sanity, I need to finish Dark Souls 3 first, because sometimes it's hard for me to, you know, go from experience to experience and appreciate it all if I'm playing too much games. So while we do vary our content, I wouldn't play like too many things of the same genre at the same time, just for fear of burning myself out, which is understandable. Did you see that? I got damaged because he jumped into me, which actually kind of threw me off, but that was fun. I would have to look into getting Elden Ring on my PC, but yeah, I would definitely like to try some sort of seamless co-op mod with you and Dad in the future. That seems like a cool thing if that works well. And you have to love communities that lean into the modding scene, because it can revive and invigorate a whole different love for that content. Like, say Call of Duty Zombies, for example. I love Call of Duty Zombies because of its mechanics, and it's like it has good replayability for, like, you know, mindless gameplay. So stuff like custom zombies brings a whole new level of fun and, you know, enjoyment to have a whole, like, a bunch of new maps and stuff to play for something that I think personally, like Call of Duty Zombies in the current era, is garbage. I would not play MW3 Zombies if you paid me. That's just my own personal opinion. And like, cause I don't like Outbreak style zombies. That's why I didn't like Call of Duty Ghost. I play Call of Duty Zombies for the round-based arcade gameplay with wall buys that are chalk drawn on the wall, and the mystery box, and the perks like Juggernog and all that stuff. Like, that's what brings me joy as far as that's concerned. But yeah, I love communities that are able to be revified and, you know, built up by their modding scene. Like, certain games are so relevant due to their modding scene. Like Minecraft. Minecraft's modding scene is almost as well known as Minecraft itself. Like, Minecraft mods are so popular now, and it's so mainstream, but it's a good thing. Like, I think modding should be something that's touted because it's passion. That's another thing that we love, passion projects. That's the thankless word. They may be getting like a Patreon that's supporting them through some sort of members or something. Like, I could see that, but at the same time, like, they're not making money because they made a mod for a given community. It's because they love that community and they want that community to enjoy what they've made. And it is all coming from a place of love, passion, and care. Such a thankless job. Or not even job, just a thankless hobby. And, you know, just the fact that people make, I mean, it is a job, but it, you know, it borders job and hobby. Like, I could say the same thing for like the ROM hacking community. Like, ROM hacks are so thankless because you're taking some of the framework that someone else built that everyone knows is awesome and changing it and adding features and, you know, revivifying, like I said, the community in a different kind of way. Like, I don't think Call of Duty Zombies would have as much hype. And shit, you look at the fact that Black Ops 3 Zombies on Steam outsold the most recent Call of Duty game. It really goes to show that, like, people care more about Black Ops Zombies content than they do, like, the entirety of all of multiplayer, all of Battle Royale, and all of whatever current Zombies experience they're offering anyways. So, like, it's just kind of funny. There's a reason why the classics sell well. Oh, he did that one 2 times in a row. We normally don't see that, chat. That was dumb. I totally own up to if that kills me, it's my fault. Ooh, I didn't think he was gonna bridge that gap. dumb. I called it. That was not smart. Yeah, William, I think Spore's one of those communities that almost intimidated me due to the fact that there were so many mods. Like you said, it's more mod than game. It's kind of hard for me. It would be hard for me to craft an experience like that would be enjoyable for myself. It would have to be like, you know, someone who's really like knowledgeable about it and would be like, well, the best way to enjoy this game and play it would be with these quality of life mods and this, this, and this. And I would be like, okay, that's understandable. But I think going in blindly with an experience like that, I wouldn't want to misjudge the game if it's something that's very community driven and if some of the best stuff is mods. So totally understand. Well, William, if you're ever looking for commissions, if you're looking for to try to make a little bit of money, we are always looking for bright new animators to help us out with whether that be projects we're working on, some sort of animated screen, you know, like we have a Musicus Dominium has or Puzzler Studios, as he's rebranding to, is he is making, or has made, rather, Be Right Back screen that you saw when we took that brief break. So we always want to showcase talents. If you'd like to get that as a commission, we'd be totally willing to pay you, and then as well feature your name in all streams that use that. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely another thing that would be something to talk to me via Discord, send me a message. It's very important to us. I have a feeling that you're gonna fit right in here around here, William. You really are just like all the people who we love to see stop and chat regularly, and I look forward to seeing your face in the future. You know, figuratively speaking. You know. Like, it's just nice to see consistent people come into the chat, because like me and Dad have talked about, like, our online friend groups kind of died long ago, so the Vid-Bits is a way for us to kind of revivify our online socialization. So it's just awesome to have that be a community of people who really understand us as individuals and really care about the same kind of things we do, because that's ultimately, those are the people you want to surround yourself with anyways. Okay, I'm gonna quickly take this opportunity to remind you guys to hydrate yourselves as we're reaching the 2.5 hour mark. I feel like I am making pretty good progress, but you know, so with something like this, you have to learn all of the ins and outs, the small nuances and everything. We're gonna just take a small break. We're not gonna actually take like an intermission or anything. Just gonna go grab a new water and just kind of, you know, resonate on the stuff we've talked about, think about all the positive change that we're gonna enact in the future, and like this great community that we're building. So give me 1 second, and thank you for bearing with me. Alright, I'm back. I had to pet my beautiful husky chief. Had to, just go and hydrate myself. I'm glad that I noticed we also had William hydrating as well. Very important. But yeah, if you were wondering, that's we have all the emotes we have available. For the most part, are our husky chief. He's very cute, very adorable. And I can't wait until YouTube gives us the opportunity to have more and more spots for that. And I'd also like to get to the point where, when I have the time, I'd like to make it so those are also accessible via Discord to our members who are on the Discord as well. And there may be a point in this stream where I realize it might be best for me to stop and resume this tomorrow. And I hope you guys would understand if it means that I just need to rest on some of the patterns and really just get a little bit more mentally prepared. I'm not saying that that's definitely going to happen. I'm going to give it about another hour for me to see how I'm sitting. Sometimes things just need to be separated into two streams, and I'm sure you guys will understand. Especially considering we have other projects that are, getting pushed off a little bit today for my Dark Souls stream. So I'm appreciative of Dad for being so understanding as far as that's concerned, because I definitely look forward to starting the DLC, so I'd like to get that started as quick as possible. But at the same time, I don't want to cut things off if there's good momentum. Make sure you're also having good posture. I think that's a thing that we need to start reinforcing as well, because it's hard for me to remind myself to have good posture, so it's making it, maybe if I remind you guys, just like the water thing, I'll better myself about having good posture, because having bad posture really does mess your back up. Keep getting thrown off by that one. You know what? It's still fat rolling. Maybe I'll invest levels enough to make it so I don't fat roll with this, and I just two-hand this one. What stat garners equipment? What's up, Dad?
Hey, man. You know what?
What?
Made you a sandwich.
You made me a sandwich?
It's a secret sandwich. It's got texture.
PB&J sandwich?
PB&J and N.
And nuts?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
Get a little bit extra protein there. What do you think? Most people don't. That's a low-hanging fruit move, man. That's a pro move.
Yeah, thanks, Dad.
Yeah, I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that it gets you through the rest of this boss battle, bud.
For sure.
All right, bud. Do you need anything else?
No, man.
You're awesome, dude.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was actually, it's crazy that he came in. I was just getting a little hungry myself. I had kind of refueled a little bit in between sessions, but man. Yeah, I really couldn't ask for a better father. My dad's pretty awesome. Awesome. I mean, he does so much for me, and you know, I'm just glad that both of my parents, my mom and my dad, are just supportive of my passion, and you know, the fact that my dad's a part of what my passion is, and the fact that he's able to be a part of the channel, and it's just so awesome. I'm so very grateful for that. Yeah, I don't know if the curve... What do you guys think? The curve or the Exile Greatsword, two-handed, or the Butcher's Knife like I've been rocking? Or I could even try something like this. I mean, who wouldn't want to have a channel with their dad where they play video games? Like I said, though, if we don't get this by, like, you know, here soon, then it'll be totally understandable for me to take a little bit of break and play a little bit of other games, do some other content while I kind of marinate and think about how I could improve my strategy. It's funny, I was mentally preparing myself for Nameless King so much that I didn't even really think about Soul of Cinder that much. Shit. Bad start. Well, right now, William, just because me and Dad have been putting so much, like, extra emphasis on the channel recently, just to kind of stoke the fire and get the, get things rolling, really, because it is the second year of our channel, and we've upped the quality of content so much since the first year. A lot of my free time goes into, like, any and all of my free time goes into the channel, but my free gaming time and my extra time aside from that goes into Minecraft, just building on the realm, I'm trying to use that as like a creative outlet and just kind of have fun. Like, I mean, the channel really is my life right now. Like, I've just put a lot of thought and time and effort and intention into improving and growing the channel the best that we can. And the main thing is, like, all of my spare time really would have been going towards playing games anyways, so to be able to have a catalog and a recording of all these memories with my dad, it's invaluable. Like, there'll be a time when, you know, both of us are older that we're just so glad that we have this in perpetuity. Just to have, like, I don't know, like, we have so many good bonding moments as father and son that were made through video games. So to be able to let you guys see all of that and have a community where everyone loves to see the things we do and they're excited to see more, like, that kind of stuff is what just drives my passion. I think right now I'm learning when to and to not block. Because there are definitely some moments where it's been bad for me to block because I'm not getting enough stamina regen. Sometimes I definitely crutch on the shield a little bit. It's just a last resort kind of thing. Whereas if my dodges were more, you know, on time, then I probably wouldn't need to use the shield as much, in all honesty. And that's where my improvement still lies as a Souls player, is like more optimizing how I play and not playing at you know, ooh, he changed direction on that, scared the shit out of me for a second. There's a reason why the first episode in the playlist is called Dark Souls 3, the game that taught me patience. Because legitimately, I don't think there's any other game that has been able to teach me patience like this. And that's a fact, Jack. That one! Ugh! I get so scared I dodge 4 times and kill my whole stamina bar for that attack. Ugh. I need to wait like 3 seconds before I dodge instead of doing it right away. Shadow of the Colossus may or may not be something we're taking a look at for future content. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I think I do need to be doing this without a shield. You know what? I'm gonna sub some armor out. I'm gonna switch over to that two-handed weapon, just because it'll get me a slightly higher DPS output. So I'm gonna take that off and then maybe substitute for some slightly less heavy pants, and then switch over to that curved Exile Greatsword. I think this might help. Just because this is one of those bosses you kind of want to optimize DPS because he can heal. Not many bosses have the ability to heal. Okay. Yeah, this staggers him. That's enough damage to cause a stagger. There might have been some smart to me using the Exile Greatsword, guys. In my initial playthrough, I could see why it might have made the experience a little bit easier on me, because it's also one of those boss fights where you really have an opening for just one attack. Maybe 2 if you're using a weapon that swings like the Butcher's Knife or something with higher dex, but mostly you get like 1 opening for attack. That might kill me. I don't know how much damage that does. A lot less than it could. A lot of Dark Souls bosses kill you 1 shot with that very attack. Okay, so this is one of those things where now...
What are you doing? What are you doing? You need to clutch this up. You were doing so tight. You had that phase, and you're ready to ride the momentum of getting that phase. So a little bit of tough
I need to stop relying on the shield. It's making me wait too long.
I mean, I'm just Josh, and you know I have no room to talk. I figured I'd come in here and try to give you a little pep talk. I know that you got this in due time. It will happen in the time it's supposed to happen, but it's so cool watching it happen right now, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. dodged at the right time for the magic missiles to not hit me, but couldn't quite miss that giant sword slash. Nice. And then he got me back real quick. Yeah, the trick there is you can't be blocking. I think I kept dying because I was blocking while I was running. Which reminds me of the not the ancient wyvern, but the first phase of Nameless King. Like I said, I'm still so proud of myself for beating that in only 4.5 hours. Like, that's a pretty good time from what I hear. I was too close for that. But see, the amount of heals, this is a lot better for a phase. I think the Butcher's Knife, unfortunately, might have hit its peak. That was a crazy combo by the Soul of Cinder right there. But now that I'm getting more progress and I'm actually, like, you know, hitting that point where I definitely know that I'm in the right place, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm glad you found the channel too, William. It's been nice to see some new faces, and it's just always nice to have more and more people join the community and be impressed by the stuff that we offer, because at the end of the day, you guys really do make our dreams come true, and each and every day, one like at a time, one comment at a time, you know, that kind of stuff just helps the brand grow exponentially, and sometimes people don't really understand how even just basic engagement keeps us relevant, keeps us talked about, even, like, not that that's what it's about, but that's what gets more eyes on our content to get, you know, more exposure and stuff. So I'm just glad that you guys are so supportive, and we have so many awesome people who care to be part of the community. I need to up my dexterity, I think. My dexterity is only 23. I think that might be something that I need to do. Alright, let's head to Firelink real quick. I'm trying to see how to get Titanite chunks so I can finish upgrading this weapon. Do I have ashes that I've not given?
Ashen one. Be sure to
Let me see, because I think I've missed something. You can find Dragon Chaser's ashes in the Archdragon Peak, and after giving them to the Shrine Maiden, she will sell you Titanite chunks for 13k souls each. I need that. We might take a quick... I think we're going to take a quick travel over there then to do that so we can finish upgrading this weapon. But we're also, like I said, gonna quickly level up our dexterity a little bit, just to give us a little bit more of a fighting chance, since we have to adapt our playing style. Like, I'm sure I'm definitely going to use Butcher's Knife still, but at the same time, like, there's also, like, this certain bosses are going to take a different, you know, little change to be able to get past them. So we can go to level 105. I'm comfortable with upping the dexterity up to 28. That'll definitely help. Even if it's just the response time on the swing speed. Now let's quickly go get that back. Get that thing at Archdragon Peak. I can't believe I didn't get that like on my way going through it. So I'm looking for Dragon Chaser's Ashes. Dragon Chaser's Ashes. Location. Shout out to Esoteric on YouTube for this guide I'm gonna follow real quick. It's from the Nameless King Bonfire. So from here, it says we run back this way. I hate these enemies, so it makes sense why I didn't find whatever was over here. I spent so little time in this location, and all it was this little left turn I didn't take. There we go. Instead of dying, let's just take a quick homeward bone. Never mind. That guy thought he's like, nope, you're dying, buddy. Nope. He wasn't feeling that. Lol. That was funny. But we ultimately got what we came for, which will make it just so much more easy to upgrade weapons and decide what we're gonna end up sticking with towards the end. I'd like to try, you know, all kinds of stuff, because I've played like the same kind of way for most of my playthroughs, so like I definitely would like to branch out and change the way I play. I'm glad that I was able to find that real quick. So now I can get Titanite chunks.
Ashen one.
I already have plenty of slabs. I have like 2 or 3 slabs now. I just need to use some souls now. Wow, we actually, shout out Karzak, we finally finished your stack of souls that you provided. There was just a generous stack of souls that we used, to, whether that be to buy items, embers, weapons. So, nice. I think we need to, let me see how many we need for this upgrade real quick, before I buy too many. Reinforced weapon. 5 more Titanite chunks. Alright.
Ashen one.
It's worth it, guys. It's totally worth it. Reinforce. They're both at level 8, and I can level them up more. But this greatsword currently is having better scaling right now for my current build. So let's do Titanite chunk, Titanite slab, and now it's fully leveled up.
Be careful.
The Exile Greatsword is, that's what the stats look like. That's the laydown. It'll increase as I invest in better stats that scale to it. But I'm actually really excited because I think this is gonna make for a much better battle.
After the link. Very well. Then
put us on a better trajectory for victory.
Ashen one.
All right, let's go back to the kiln of the first flame to go defeat the Soul of Cinder. I feel like we've adapted a little bit, put some more points into our skill tree. I'm not afraid to say that I'll level up a couple levels higher than the average for this one, just because it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I don't have anybody to impress but myself, and I've already impressed myself up to this point, so it's all up from here. I went for that one on a hope and a prayer, and it actually stunned him. I like playing strength decks. It's a fun little it's a different kind of gameplay style than what I'm used to. Strength decks is what my first playthrough ended up becoming, like towards the very end due to necessity, but it was not my initial playstyle by any means. That was stupid. I should have dodged or moved a bit. It's alright though. We just now crossed over the 3-hour point, so thank you for everyone who's been here since the beginning. You guys are the best. And once again, thank you to everyone who's been supporting our projects, Game a Day May, and anything else we upload, really, because it means a lot to us. I'm glad that this sword is also, like, its max damage isn't based upon, like, using an attunement or, like, an upgrade to it. Like, don't get me wrong, the Butcher's Knife is really nice, and it's fun to play with, too. So, no hate. It's just, I think it's kind of falling off. It's like a mid to late game weapon, but not really late to end game weapon, in my opinion. Which is no hate to the Butcher's Knife at all. It's been super fun to have to use it throughout the playthrough, especially because it was one of those weapons that definitely caught my eye early on, but I never knew if I could justify building and crafting my build to that specific weapon. But it was really fun to use, and I feel like it did also challenge me in a certain way because I used it for so long. I like changing up the way that I play Dark Souls because, you know, no one play style is the correct way to play. And like, just in life, I'm always craving new perspectives, so whether that be in video games or movies, TV shows, that's kind of what we go to creative outlets for a lot of the times, is alternative perspective or, you know, something to entertain us. Got about halfway very quickly there. I'm just learning I'm almost relearning the ropes, because I was learning the ropes in a different way, because before I was relying on a shield, whereas now I have to be a lot more specific about my dodges and stuff, which I'm sure you can understand. You have to be very, very specific about the timing and your openings and everything. I need to back up and heal a bit more. I wasn't here in the beginning, but only in like an hour and a half, I'm hooked and already loving it. Well, that's great, man. I guess it was just more so like, thank you to anybody who has stopped in throughout the duration of the stream, because you know, it's all levels of support are appreciated. Look at that. I don't know. I feel like I've made a lot of moves as far as this has been already. Like, I'm beating it in a lot quicker of a time, and I'm dying to the same moves less and less. Which that's progress to me. He does that 2 times in a row sometimes. Ooh, caught me off guard with that one. And that one. And that one. Man, I was not expecting that. I need to be a little bit more reserved, but I feel like I'm on the right track. You can see how consistently I get halfway through, whereas when I was using the butcher's knife, I was not getting that close. I wasn't starting first phase or second phase as often as I am now. And it's weird. I think that second phase in some way is a little easier, if I do remember correctly. It's just not, there aren't as many variables to account for, whereas this first phase is legitimately like showing off a lot of the movement and tech that went into like the effects and everything that went into a lot of the other bosses. So thematically, they want this first phase to really represent many bosses and characters throughout the lore. So it makes sense why they they do what they do and why the first phase is the way it is. But both the compositions and the gameplay and the lore, the visuals, the cinematography. This game is just a 10 out of 10 as far as I'm concerned. I care so much and so deeply for these games. FromSoft, just a big hats off to you guys for all this amazing art and storytelling that you guys have done throughout the years. And I just look forward to enjoying more and more as time goes on. Let's get a quick heal in. Sometimes you can dodge that. That's totally my fault. I got too aggressive. I stopped the pattern and I broke it. That's another thing, is when you make mistakes in this game, you have to realize that if you don't recognize and grow from them, then you're not gonna be able to overcome the barrier that is, some of these Dark Souls bosses, like Nameless King, like a lot of the other bosses we fought so far. Like, it really does take that perfect run where you put all the pieces together and the puzzle is complete, and you see the result and the picture is clear. That moment of clarity is what I play Dark Souls for, because it makes me feel like I've learned and I've grown as a player. It really makes you feel like it's a journey rather than a game. I got stunned pretty bad there. And given that, I'm gonna back up and heal real quick. Put myself in a more favorable position. I also might consider using some of these stamina consumables when I get the opportunity, just to make it so I can get more successive attacks off and such. That was just dumb. I shouldn't have attacked there, and I know it. Like, making sloppy mistakes. I think I need to get up and stretch my legs real quick. I personally didn't like Dark Souls 3 in the beginning. I didn't understand the love, and then I beat the Abyss Watchers, and when you lose again and again, and finally win. That pleasure you get is so good. Yeah, I agree. I think that was the first boss that I really felt that satisfaction from, because Vort's a little easy and almost it's almost too introductory for Dark Souls. Like, Vort isn't too satisfying. I wouldn't say that Curse Rotted Greatwood is too satisfying, but once you finally get to Abyss Watchers, like, that's easily the first fight that gives you that pump of adrenaline, that feeling that you've really accomplished something when you hit that final blow. You jump up for joy and you get super excited. Like, I love it. See, I did a heavy attack. I changed things up. Okay, I'm gonna quickly stand up, stretch my legs. I implore you to do the same. Stretch your joints, your legs, your hips. Just crack your neck. We're gonna do how about a 3-minute intermission, just to not make it too long. I also recommend that you go get a snack. You eat something. You drink a little bit of water. But we will be back. I'm convinced that we'll definitely be able to beat it this stream. At first I was kind of considering separating it into a second stream and possibly doing it tomorrow, but now I feel like I've definitely got the motivation to keep going. I'll be able to beat it with this current loadout that I've got, but I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I'll see you in a little bit. Hey guys, we're back. We're playing some more Dark Souls, of course. Thank you for your patience during the break. You got yourself a sandwich? There you go. Good stuff. Glad that you're eating. Glad that you're, you know, filling yourself up. We, guys, at the end of the day, we are just so thankful, blessed, humble, and appreciative of all of your support and all of your interaction, because like we say all the time, if it weren't for you guys, you know, this whole thing really wouldn't be possible. So shout out to anyone who calls themselves a member of the Vid-Bits community, whether that be just on the subscriber level, the membership level, the fan level, the just passive appreciator kind of level. Because even if you're just here to kind of casually check up on our gaming achievements and say you were part of history, like, that's totally fine. Like, I'm just glad that we have so many people who just like love to see what we do and are passionate about the same things, because like at the end of the day, it's so awesome to have people like that who are able to drive us to do better and greater things. Because like even you hopping into chat, William, and talking about how you were passionate about DuckTales, like that inspires me now to go and start my speedrun journey again when I have some free time, and make it so I can, you know, push my time past 8 minutes. Like I'm at like 8 minutes in my speed runs. It's like 7:46 or something. So if I were to make some, even like if I were to shave 4 seconds off of that, you know, and that would put me up on the leaderboard higher than I was. Like right now on the Disney Afternoon Collection for Xbox, we rank 4th. I think it's like, I don't know if it's changed. It was like 6th and 8th place, I think, now that I think about it. But yeah, like that's a pretty good time attack run for me. It's an accomplishment I'm very proud of, and I'm willing to tout, and like it's taken some time for me to be able to brag about my accomplishments, and I suggest that you guys too brag about your accomplishments a little bit more, and like hype yourself up a little bit, because I see people hyping celebrities or their favorite YouTuber or someone online up a lot more than they help hype themselves up. Like, hype yourself up today. Like, you've done something awesome. There's something awesome you have that's in the works, or there's something creatively that you've done that's awesome. So hype yourself up. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I'm always calm. I can't. I can say that I'm real. I can say that when I'm happy, or like when I'm genuinely happy, I'm gonna be happy. When I'm actually frustrated, I'm gonna let you know I'm frustrated, that I'm a little angry, that I'm like, when I like, you know, I'm still gonna be real, like. But at the same time, I like you said, most of the time I've gotten to a point where I am calm, and calm is my regular state now. But I had some years where it was bad. I was very angry all the time, and I loved video games, but they pissed me off every day I played them. Even if it was a game I loved, anything would piss me off. It was just like, it was a mindset. The problem was my mindset. I was gonna be pissed off regardless of what I was doing. I'm just taking that out on my video games. It's like when you're angry, when you're talking to your family members, and you accidentally, you know, or your friends or anybody, and you subconsciously, like, you know, behave differently because you're upset about something, or you have something going on. Like, that's gonna affect you on a whole different level, on a broad level, and it might affect like your capability to like function. So I'm glad that I'm at the point in my life where I can be real about my emotions when I'm angry, and I'm not gonna feed into that anger continuously, because some people are really bad about feeding into their anger, and when they're angry, it just keeps going and it doesn't stop, and there's no resolve. Sometimes you can learn from anger, just like you can learn from sadness, or you can learn from happiness, or, you know, the feeling of satisfaction and accomplishment and stuff. That all, like, it's all what it is to be a human. Like, any and all of those emotions together, the combination of them is what makes people human. and that's truly what makes individuals unique, is like their experiences and what they've been through. So like, I hate when people strip all of those things away and act like there's no nuance to human behavior, and that sometimes people are just being super pissed off for no reason, or like, why? I've heard people ask me, why are you so happy? Like, why do I have to explain my happiness to you? I don't. Or other people I know. Certain people in my life, they're really happy people, and they'll be told, why are you so happy? Like, everyone's supposed to just be depressed all the time, or have a negative outlook on everything. Like, I just can't. It is like, Dad said this quote before, and he was like, it's too exhausting to be nihilistic, and it's totally true. Or I think it's a quote, like, it's paraphrasing the movie, but like it is true. To be nihilistic or to have a very negative outlook on life and be cool with that, and be okay with that, that kind of thing is going to make your life more exhausting and unpleasant. Exactly, and that's true, William. Like, it's just toning in your frustration. I think everyone is entitled to be frustrated within reason, but once you push it to a certain point, it's like, that's not even justifiable. Or when you're just being unreasonable. A lot of people have unreasonable kind of behaviors, and people just justify it. It's okay. Someone shouldn't get pissed off for 2 to 3 hour periods of time. That is like, if you're mad and you're taking it out on everyone around you for 2 to 3 hours, like, you have a problem. Like, and that's when I admitted I knew I had a problem. When I was younger, something that could piss me off for 2 to 3 hours. And like, I don't know if that's like, I'm not a scientist or like a neurologist or anything, but that's when I realized there was something deeper going on, and I needed to talk to a therapist and go about my, doing something about my mental health journey. Like, that's very important to me. Whatever it takes for you to do that. Because nowadays, sometimes relaxation comes in so many ways. Sometimes it's playing Stardew Valley. Some people relax by playing Dark Souls. I think that's not where I relax. I definitely can relax because I'm talking to you guys, and also chill about it. Like everybody says, I have a good outlook. And I can agree with that. I feel like I really do have a good outlook on life, and I wake up every morning trying to spread positivity. And I don't think there are a lot of people. No, I know there are a lot of people who can say that, but I don't think there are a lot of people who can fulfill that positivity to really run to the scale that I feel like I've gotten to, like as quickly as I've gotten to, like the influence that we've got. I feel like, ultimately everything happens for a reason, so I'm just going to be grateful no matter what position I'm in, because this is what I want to do, and you guys totally understand our motives. Like, you understand kind of our morals and ethics and who we are as people. I mean, because we're very transparent on the channel about like our personalities. We aren't, like Dad said before, we're not characters. And I'm just so glad that people are totally with that kind of mentality of YouTube now, where unless you want to be a skit-based YouTube like character kind of thing, that's fine. But like, you don't have to do that. Not everyone has to be the dude who gets super pissed off all the time about everything, and like, that's just their gimmick. Like, I'm just glad that doesn't have to be my gimmick. Like, I'm glad that I don't have to have any gimmick. Like, that's the best thing ever. Like, I guess in a sense my gimmick is I play with my dad, but I'll take it. If there has to be any gimmick, playing with my dad is the best one I feel like I can take. Because I love playing video games with my dad. Having him as a part of the channel is so monumental to me in our relationship, and it's helped build us as people. It's helped build our relationship further and make it So he really, ultimately, like, you know, he and I both have grown as people. Like, I feel like that there's something to be said about doing something consistently for 2 years, posting videos. We have over 800 something videos posted up to the channel. And don't get me wrong, the earlier stuff is there's a lot of issues. There's audio issues in some of it. Some of it may not be as clean and presentable as I want it to be now. But I feel like it's wrong to take that stuff down with all of the issues that we have and stuff, because I feel like it almost shows our growth as content creators in the editing front, in the audio department. Because like, people don't talk about the struggle that comes with that, because all those people always delete their older videos that have all the audio problems with their fan in the background or their loud ass PC humming where it's almost hard to watch the content. But at the same time, like, you do what you can do to make the content. Ultimately, the only reason we're in the position now where we don't have those problems is because we stuck through and you guys helped us. You guys troubleshooted shit on the stream. You guys, like if it weren't for people watching that helped us figure stuff out, there's 2 or 3 people sometimes that were there to help us fix our problems. Shout out to Pandas and Mr. Know-It-All and all of those people who came in clutch helping us. There's 1 or 2 streams that are almost completely unpopular that are really, really old. No one really watches them, which is good. I might private them eventually, because there are 1 or 2 that I don't think should be on stream. But ultimately, like, the bros, just the whole squad sat there and helped me fix the audio delay that was going on stream. And it was something that was a really big problem at the time, and it was really bothering us. Like, a face reveal thing is, I feel like that's one of those things that we just would do that if it was necessary. I'll give you a little piece of Vid-Bits trivia. There is a video, not sure which one at this point, where for 1 split second, for literally, like, it's like a single frame, and I would love to see someone point it out in a comment if they were to go back and watch one of the streams where I accidentally put the webcam on my computer on when troubleshooting and fixing. It was in one of the COD Zombies streams, I think, where literally for a split second, our webcam turned on and showed my face, which is the unofficial face reveal. But that's the only thing we've ever done that, like, and that was on accident. But ultimately, like, I think it's really when it's necessary. I feel like when there's content that requires us to, like, arcade games. When Dad has a lot, like, when he really wants to diversify his arcade stuff, he needs to be comfortable on the camera physically to be able to be shot, like, have that older, the shoulder shot, you know, all of that stuff. So I think he definitely can get a little over camera shyness, and I can as well. But it's, I feel like it'll get easier as we go on, and like I said, it'll definitely be based off of necessity and why we'd be doing it. But yeah, I'll give you a brief description. I am nearly 6 foot tall. I have dirty blonde to dark brown hair and blue eyes, bushy eyebrows, but bushy but kept eyebrows. Growing a beard, which has actually gone way better than I thought would happen, because sometimes beards are based on genetics and kind of, you know, that sort of thing. I definitely went through that awkward beard phase that a lot of people go through, which is unfortunate, and it lasts a little while. Dad has a goatee. He has concrete wand or like silverish hair. If you look at the thumbnails of some of the older zombies content, that is not dad. That is just a humble stock photo of a dad. So as far as that's concerned, if you're interested in, you're the first person who's actually been interested in what we look like, which is interesting. You know, people aren't really bothered about that kind of stuff these days, so it's kind of cool. Yeah. I was dodging instead of running from them. I need to be more aggressive. Jesus Christ. I'm just... Alright. I'm gonna be quiet. Sorry if I don't address chat. I appreciate all of you, but I need to be in the zone. I need to catch this quick kill on Soul of Cinder. I feel like I've watched enough of it where I feel like I need to put the pieces together and need to have a slightly more favorable than usual run, and we'll be in the clear for sure. It's that combo I need to just look for. That's the delayed one that I remember back when I beat him the first time back in 2018. This dude totally got me with that same shit. Like, but I got this. My whole inspiration to start this playthrough has been to play the DLC and to beat Nameless King, which I've beat Nameless King. So now I need to beat Soul of Cinder so I can play the DLC, because the DLC is recommended level higher, and I'm not gonna over level for this anymore. I got this shit. Woo! I just needed a little hype up. Let me see. Does he have any sort of weaknesses as far as some sort of consumable? I'm at that point, the point where I don't really mind to apply some sort of buff. Let me quickly check it. Thank you, Dark Souls Wiki. Lightning and dark. That's what I needed to hear. So if I'm gonna add some sort of status effect, we have poison, lacerating, dark. So we'll do dark. We could throw a lightning urn at him. But yeah, just because I don't, at the beginning, it's a really good way to get like a good start. For sure, like, alright. Thank you, Dark Souls Wiki. That's another thankless job right there. I'm sure those people do get paid. I don't know if it's enough for the type of work they do. The people who run those kind of things, the community wikis and forums and stuff. I don't think any of these would be better than what I'm doing. Okay, so let's add that dark on my awesome sword. Now it's purple. overextended myself a little bit. It's okay. Shit! That was a good bit of buff to the damage. If I need to, I'll go to the handmaiden and buy some more stuffs. I'm sorry if I'm delayed when I get to chat and stuff too sometimes because my phone's dead, so it's harder to check that. But at this point I can't, like, I have to keep my momentum, and I'm trying to like focus because I've had some really good runs tonight, and ultimately it's just been a learning experience for that one run where it does happen, you know? Eventually I'll have that moment where it clicks and that delayed move, I'll just start dodging it right, and I'll know how to move through that. It just takes time. Like that move, it took a couple deaths for me to learn how to avoid that. Oh shit. Good stuff. Oh shit. I went for that preemptive heal. Sometimes you can get away with it with certain bosses, and then other times I almost got poisoned too. That was a risky move on my part. Go for a quick heal. You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. Oh, he got a couple of red ones on me. Thankfully that happened. Yeah, I ran out of stamina. See, that's the only thing, is this is a boss that I need to just be better about my stamina management. One attack, I'm trying to kill him very quickly, and it's fine because if you give yourself too much distance, you're disadvantaging yourself. You learn very quickly in Dark Souls if it's a boss that you can get distance from and recover, like Abyss Watchers. You can take as much distance as you want from Abyss Watchers as you want. Like, I learned that. You can really walk the Abyss Watchers around, and you can make the third one who spawns in kill the second one and shit. And then, or you can have him damage the boss for you while you kill the second clone. It's just a boss that you learn the rules of very quickly. That's why once I learned the rules of Gundyr, the first boss in the game, when Champion Gundyr came around, I beat him first try. If you're looking for something awesome to watch, William, I totally recommend that you go back and look when I one-shotted Champion Gundyr on the first pass. It was badass. I was really proud of myself. It was because, you know, I am so familiar with that boss and how it works. Like, the only thing I always forget is that there's not I always forget there isn't a transformation in the second version champion. All right, I'm gonna use how much can I buy this stuff for? Because let's go back to Firelink. If you're new to the Souls games, you should learn very quickly. If you need to change stuff up, go back to Firelink, go buy some stuff, level up maybe. You can always get to that point where you find personally where you need to be for a boss. Sometimes some people will need to be a higher level than others to be able to handle things, and some people will have a different standard for themselves, and that's totally fine. Don't ever hold yourself to someone else's standards. You always want to be satisfied with yourself at the end of the day.
How?
Can I really buy as much as I want of this stuff?
Be sure to bring more souls.
Because if that's the case, I will buy more. I will invest in your sorcery. it's really funny if you go back and look earlier. I thought I messed it all up for a second because I consumed Aldrich's soul, but it had nothing. I forgot that the souls have nothing to do with the cinders. Oh my gosh, that gave me access to more embers. The handmaiden thing did. That's fantastic. That's gonna give me more health.
Ashen one.
That's so good. I'm in New Game Plus stuck on Pontiff. Ooh, Pontiff is a tough one, man. That's one of those what is it? They call it a skill check, or like it's one of those bosses where like if you can't beat Pontiff, you're not going to be ready for some of those later bosses. Especially the first pass. If you can't beat Pontiff or Dancer or some of those bosses, you're not ready for some of the later bosses. I'm sorry, like that's just kind of how it is. Like some people aren't ready for some of that stuff, and that's okay. And like there'll be a time when they need that in their life, and when they're ready, or and if they're not, then that's fine. Some people don't need. I've learned in my time as a gamer that not everyone needs things as difficult as I do. I need my games quite difficult because of how often I play, and that's fine. And they don't always have to be as difficult, but I prefer my games to be difficult because it challenges me in a different kind of way.
Ashen one.
That gold pine bundle should definitely help. Let's go to the kiln. So, electricity and dark. That's the oh, you're saying second phase of Pontiff is what you're stuck on. Pontiff is just like, he's so rough. I know that he was one of those bosses that once I learned how to parry him, it got a lot easier. If you look at my stream entitled Beating Pontiff the Easiest Way, which I think it is the easiest way, in all honesty, it's not no hype or trying to like, you know, shit on how difficult that boss is. He's a lot easier with a shield, and a lot of people who two-hand and stuff struggle with it, I feel like. So I'm glad like, the Butcher's Knife makes that sort of fight a lot easier to handle, especially for new players. I'm just glad I found it because it was a weapon that looked very unique to me, looked cool. I didn't want to do the the Uchigatana. I feel like I always used the Uchigatana in my first playthrough all the way up until I used this sword I'm using now, which I feel like I got to the Exile Greatsword so late. But it, like, sometimes I feel like I like playing playthroughs where I do that. I do kind of a little change because certain bosses require different things, like, but it's nice to have a bunch of different weapons now that are kind of leveled up to level 10. That's not what I wanted to do, but I'm sure that helps. Trying to keep a little distance while he's empowered. Why? He's kind of hard to hit. I just need to remember that. Braden, do not attack him when he has that glowy shit on him, because it's harder to do. Mental note. Sometimes you just need to tell yourself that. that's how I've been improving a lot in my Dark Souls runs, is just telling myself when I'm like, hey, you've done this before, you need to not do that again. That's what I'm trying to do with that delayed attack, is I'm dodging just a little bit later every time, and I'm finding that window to where I can dodge at the last second to be able to, you know, really push it to be, so I'm not in that window for damage. I'm really trying my best to optimize things here, folks, and I'm sure you can see the progression of that as I'm observing behavior, but sometimes I'm not as vocal about what I'm doing. I'm sure now that I've said that, it probably makes a little more sense why I'm just talking and watching. And you guys, I'm not explaining it, I'm just talking and watching, but that's my way of getting better at noticing the pattern of the boss, which some people, it's a lot of nuance that some people don't get, and there are people who hate Dark Souls, and that's because they can't see the pattern and they're not attentive enough to be able to do that. It's okay. Like I have people in my family who like video games, but they don't like Dark Souls, and they don't know that. And that's okay. Dark Souls isn't good. It's an experience that's really amazing if you're able to hit the peaks of the skill that's required to be such a satisfying experience. If you have the time to dedicate to getting good at it, it's really. That's a weird weapon art that I didn't even mean to do. I'm trying to just get a little amount of distance, but see, close that gap. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I need to like sit up more, change my posture, possibly scoot the couch up a little bit. You know, just trying to find that point where I can have peak productivity and also not like hurt the shit out of myself by like leaning forward and like having super bad posture, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm human. I'm just as bad as anyone else at times. Like I have periods where I'm just slumped over with very poor posture, but as long as I try to correct that and make some sort of change to do better at like as far as my posture is concerned, like I feel like I'll be able to, you know, just, like I said, improve that and make my back, you know, not hurt as much, because years of bad posture is not good. I've definitely already felt that, even just someone who's 18, like I feel what at least 8 or 9 years of bad posture at peak video game addiction is like. I mean. Because you can't, I mean, when you're a kid, you borderline are addicted to our sugar. At least someone who is allowed to play quite a lot. And that was just, I think, almost my parents' way of making me learn what it's like to have to self-regulate that kind of behavior in a healthy way, instead of that being something that ultimately, I feel like the video game addiction has paid off, because I have extreme skill now, and I have a lot more, like, I don't know, I have a lot more discipline with myself when I play. When we record, that's when we play. That's it. I think it also helps me time and regulate how much I'm playing video games. People get upset about how, oh, well, I don't get to play video games when I'm not streaming. Good. You should be doing something else. If that's what that means, or if you're playing those niche games that you would never stream, that's fine. You should still allot yourself some time to be able to play that. Ultimately, I feel like I'm just still at the point where I have so much passion and drive, and I can't even imagine being in a state of burnout, because like I have so much that I have like pages and pages of ideas that I haven't put to paper or like really fully explained or thought out. Oh yeah, if you love Cuphead content, we have plenty of that as well. So I mean, there's just so much fun stuff. I need to make sure that we have all of our Cuphead stuff in a playlist. I'm sure we do. Dad actually has been doing a really good job, because he's just going through and picking up little series that we did in 3 and 4 parts, or other things that we've done where it's like, I didn't even think to put that in the playlist because I've just been so focused on all the content we've been making, and he's helped put so much more structure in that, and that's where we do really have such a good partnership between me and him. Like, I don't know many father and son duos who have that kind of partnership, and they're willing to critique and also criticize each other in a productive way, instead of doing it in a way that's gonna be harmful, or like make the other person feel like they're like disinterested in the way they're doing things, or demotivate that person in some way. Like, that happens in certain circumstances, and because we don't have like big egos, I think it helps when you have big egos to deal with. It's not it. Like, those are the type of people that make me want to not be in that social situation. Like, they're super egotistical people. It's just like, everyone knows that they're hard to deal with, and like, those are the people that get called preppy, or full of themselves, or any of those terms you want to call, like entitlement, self-entitlement, narcissistic behavior. Some people are like legitimately narcissists. Like, their behavior is so consistent that it's like, it's diagnosable to the point where, you'll recognize that person as a narcissist. And I just, it's hard to deal with those people, but sometimes people, when they realize that they're a narcissist, they're able to use that in a really creative way to create something that you love. Like, a lot of the things that you love are probably made by narcissists, but they're out of good faith. So it makes sense why there's positivity that's being created from that, instead of like, not everyone who's a narcissist is a bad person. But a lot, like, I hope that clarifies. I'm not, being negative in any sort of way. I'm just trying to have a general conversation. Like, I'm just glad that people nowadays are just very transparent about their motives and stuff. Like, when someone's doing something out of the good of their heart, you can tell. A lot of times you can just tell. Ultimately, I'm just glad that you guys understand that we're not going to compromise who we are as individuals at any point going down the road. And that's the kind of ship you're jumping on. So, thanks for being along for the ride. And with that, I'm going to shut up for a good period of time, so I can either execute or possibly push it off, because we can't push off our gaming obligations as far as Game of Day May goes, and Dad has other stuff that he is gonna post today, so I can't stifle his creativity and stuff if it means that I need another practice. Just thought about, like, there's a chance that after just having today's worth of gameplay at 4 hours or whatever, that will ultimately be enough to just motivate me to beat it tomorrow. So that may just have to be tomorrow's task, because I feel like I'm almost hitting the wall as far as the fight goes today, which is crazy that it's almost gonna, like, I feel like it's gonna end up taking me less time to fight Nameless King compared to Soul of Cinder, which is kind of is insane. So I'm gonna give myself a good 20 minutes to see where I'm at, and from there we'll see how we're doing. So I'm gonna go into what Dad calls lo-fi mode, kind of just a calm, chill, ultimately just focus on making progress, or that's when it makes sense, and not turning back, looking towards the future, like living life right here. All right, William. I'm glad that you're so motivated and that you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much for your contributions to the channel, your donations today. I can't wait to see you on the Minecraft server. That's going to be so much fun. William has joined our community Minecraft server, which is just so amazing. He's also in the Discord, so shout out to William. Good night, bud. I hope you sleep well. Maybe I should employ running a little bit more with this guy, like sprinting around him. If you know any sort of movement tactics, guys, in the comments, if summoning any Dark Souls pros, anyone who feels like they know a lot about the inner workings of the AI and like what kind of tactics I could improve on, or any sort of constructive criticism, I'm always there for it. Okay, constructive criticism. I'll give myself some like if I see what that's when he threw me off there, guys, is he went for a third one. You never see him do shit like that. Like, those are the type of things that it's like, wow. You almost are just so surprised when you, like, see something, like a pattern after playing for so long. Like, I've played for 4 hours or whatever. But, like, to see that pattern that I haven't seen from this boss, it's just insane, guys. Like, that's nutty. So let me quickly do one thing that might increase my damage and my survivability, perhaps. Since you first walk in, he doesn't add. You can add your buffs as necessary. Let's do lightning. Let's see how well that works. Wow. Oh my gosh. Backing up. what? I'm gonna call upon the mighty Seaground for good luck. He's going crazy with the fireballs now, dude. It's just weird. He knows his days are numbered. No, dude. That's just such a... I didn't dodge to the left. Damn it. Damn it. He almost goes into an overdrive. There's that first phase. There's that last little chunk of the first phase. He goes up. His aggressiveness goes up. There's almost like there's an internal meter inside the AI's head where he's like, my aggressiveness is now much higher. But I've found that this lightning is really good. I'm going to use the lightning, I'm going to use my Exile Greatsword, I'm going to use my little stamina boosters, and I think I can do it. Just inner focus. Thank you guys so much for the support. I'm even going to mute the mic just for full transparency, but just going to go full crazy, just going to beat it. Just thank you guys so much for the crazy support throughout this stream. I'll be back for the outro and stuff. Man, guys, that was really close. If I would have been able to keep buffing and stuff using that, like, I think that's a good DPS strat. Like, I think I got really good time on this gold pine resin. If I could keep the green blossom loop going with all the stamina recharge loop, I feel like I have enough Estus flasks and everything. Like, I'm getting hyped, guys. I know I've been muted for a little bit. I've been trying to get in the zone because we have a lot of projects in the works today, and I'm not trying to push the times, the starts any further, really. Ultimately, it's getting a little late. I've got like an 11 o'clock cutoff, ultimately. So I'm really, this last half an hour, I'm just trying to put that big, big hope energy out there and just focus really hard. So I'm gonna go back on mute and continue this epic stream. Thank you guys for your support. That right there, folks, is the kill blow. That shit kills you in one hit. That's his gimme. That's his gimme. It's his one hit. I found it. It's happened once or twice now, and I know exactly where not to be now. So, lesson learned. See, with that one, I think I changed it up too much. That second phase requires more running, I've found, though. The second phase, I should not be all up in his face. I should be running around, but also, like, running with the anticipation to dodge, if you know what I mean. Like, that's the notes I'm kind of taking in my head mentally, if you wonder where I am. I'm just kind of setting the groundwork. Thank you for everyone who's been supportive throughout the stream. those damn magic missiles, just, it's so hard to dictate when you're allowed to have moments to go in, because you can't just wait for them, because then they'll just regenerate, and then you don't really have any opportunity to do any damage there either. So it's such a waiting game, and you really are waiting for him to use some of his less overpowered powers, and you're really just hoping for a good lay. It's a lot of things. I mean, there's a reason this is gonna definitely take longer than Nameless King. I don't know. I feel like I just was able to adapt to Nameless King's specific pattern better, I guess. To just start running when it's that attack. The anticipation kills me. It's so hard to dictate the timing of, and I think there's like 2 or 3 different windows of that variation of the attack. Like, it's fucking wild. Yes. It was a good shutdown. That's so annoying. How do you get away from it? Stand in the back. Backing up. Gonna wait for his vulnerabilities. Good. There's more telegraphed attacks. Trying to find that opening. And the lightning is when I need to dodge towards them. Can't take too much space. And that's the one-shot kill. Right there. That was the thing I was avoiding the entire time. And it happened the second I went in for an attack. It's just crazy. That's just nuts. I appreciate the support, cats. I totally do. I'm just trying to, maintain motivation and not get upset or frustrated at any point. I know that I can get it. It's just I'm just trying to summon all my strength, trying to just ultimately set myself up for success and take all these extra things off. I'm assuming these urns don't do enough damage to even be worth trying here. I'll dedicate this whole run to trying to throw an urn at him. really worth it. Unless it's at the end to literally finish the phase when I'm like running away from him in a panic. I can't imagine that something like this consumable would be worth it. At least I learned. Lightning urns are not it. I was just thinking because he was sometimes if a boss is susceptible to a certain type of damage like fire or lightning, you can really abuse that to your advantage. I didn't think it was like that. It's literally just like a passive buff. Weaknesses in late game are more like if you need a little bit more damage to beat the boss, use this. I think I might go also in a last ditch effort to summon all the strength to be able to do it. I'm going to invest 5 more points into Dex. So
well met, Ashen One.
So, oh, wrong inventory. I meant to use this one. So use all of those. I don't have many souls left. Besides like the boss souls, but I don't really want to use those. It's almost like a trophy in a way. That's definitely not enough. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to use any of the transposing weapons anyway, I guess, so I'll use the Twin Prince's soul. Summon the courage of Lorien and Lothric for this epic battle indeed. That's probably not even enough for a level now, is it? Not even one? Oh, just one? Literally, Lorien and Lothric together give me 1 level. So I'll put that into Dex. I'll try to round Dexterity up to 30.
Ashen One. May the flames
get
guide thee.
My stamina up to, so endurance up to 40 and dexterity up to 30. That'll definitely help get me in the right direction. And then I'm also going to buy more of the I'm gonna get the pine resin that's gonna the one that gives the status effect over time, not the bundles. The bundles are for burst damage, which I definitely understand the value of that, and I'm still gonna work with the bundles, but I'm gonna try both. So Nameless King's soul, I don't know if I'm gonna consume that. That's a trophy within itself, man. Is that enough for a
Very well,
level?
then take.
It's like 70,000, or yeah, just about 70,000 for a level, so that's enough to get my dexterity up. And then, yep, like I said, 3 levels into endurance, and that'll bring me to 110.
May the flames guide thee.
Unless I need some more into strength. I mean, what's my strength at 42? I could put 3 more into strength. What would that change the scaling on this weapon? I don't know if that'll really matter that much. Yeah, I agree that the consumables really drop off in usefulness. It's in this case, it's just to get that little bit more damage to get him stunned. That's what I've noticed that these consumables have helped with, is like with this two-handed weapon, it's a little bit easier to get a critical hit that's gonna stun him, which gives me that opening for a little bit of damage to push to second phase. Because honestly, I think the first phase, it's the endurance of getting through the first phase and getting into the second phase that is the difficulty of this fight. But I'm not going to talk too much. I'm at the point where, honestly, I think that I'm gonna give it a couple more good attempts and then call it, if not, and then it'll definitely get done tomorrow. Yeah, let's take Yhorm's soul. Who else can we summon the courage of for this final fight? Champion Gundyr, we can use his soul. It's not like I'm gonna use any of their weapons, really. I'm literally gonna just use it, since this is the final boss. I think it'd be cool if I literally just used all the boss souls that I've been saving up until this point. I might take a second. Pontiff Sullivan's soul. I'm not going to use Nameless King though. It's not about the armor and all the stuff in my inventory as like a thing, but this is also going to give me enough for a decent, maybe 2 levels, hopefully 3. That's my goal. I'm using all of the last of all of my souls really to push it up, get enough to level up to 110.
Okay. Very well taken.
1 level. That's crazy. All of that. You guys saw all of that. The souls I just spent. Let's see. 1 more point of stamina, or okay.
Ashen one.
Well, I don't even think I have enough to buy any more levels as much as I wanted to get to 110, unless I can sell some stuff here. I mean, I haven't really sold any of this. Ooh, wait, chat. I forgot about a little thing I can do that can increase a little bit of damage. Infused weapon. Great sword. Is it sharp? What's best for 2-hand? Which one of these cats? Which should I do? If I'm going to try to increase the. Would it be heavy in this case? Would I do that to increase the first attribute to an A? Or would it be better to do refined? I really don't know how these kind of infusions work, but I know this could possibly give me a little bit more damage. 328. So that's an increase of... Yeah, it's not bad. That... Let's see what Google says real quick. Sharp is the best. 40-40 in strength dex. That's a I could always change that. I think that's probably the best decision. Oh, I needed to buy more buffs.
Compassion 1.
Alright, this is the last hurrah. If I can't do it with this, I need some time off, and you guys will definitely understand why. I've pulled out all the stops. I've put myself in the best possible position. We're nearing 5 hours on stream, so I think you guys can understand the level of dedication I've put into this up until this point. But ultimately, thank you guys so much for your patience. Thank you for your support. Shout out to Katzar Green and to William. A special thanks to William for his donation today. That was really motivating, and it's definitely gonna just in general motivate me in different ways. So thank you so much. Pulled my weapon. This phase is more, or this specific weapon he's using, the sword, which changes. It seems to just change when he points. It's hard to escape this specific phase. Shit, I'm getting this dog on. Fuck. Thank you so much for the support, Cats. Obviously, I'm definitely dedicated. I'm putting the time in, and I'm pretty much going until 5 hours probably. That's gonna be my cutoff point today, unless I have some crazy run. But that's where I seem to be at, energy-wise, especially with the other projects we have today. We pushed Game of Day May off till a little later today, which obviously now it's gonna be like right after this. So I'm sorry to Dad for pushing some of his content off a little bit later into the night, off till tomorrow. I've had such an insane level of dedication, and I feel like I've had a couple epiphanies on stream, just as far as like remembering what kind of mental space I need to be in with this boss and stuff like that. Man, if this is not, I don't know, I personally, I think that this is more difficult for me with the type of player that I am in Dark Souls. It's more difficult than Nameless King. I will say that for me, in my experience. Ultimately, it's more of an endurance test in a different kind of way. Like, Nameless King is all camera. It's literally all dependent on good camera control, and I'm pretty good at that in general in games, so this is just so input intensive on the other hand. Yep, I was expecting a longer, more telegraphed attack. That one, he got me. It's hard to avoid that one. Man, it's those bosses who, they know, like, FromSoft developers know how Dark Souls players approach their games, and the way that I play in particular, of curving around a boss and like moving that kind of way where I'm dodging around a boss and rotating around a boss continuously, that type of player is punished so severely in a boss fight like this. You have to be head on, you have to walk back and forth, you can't walk around him too much because then he's going to do those rotating attacks where you keep getting caught in them, the combos and stuff. Like, it is very, very difficult. Like, I applaud anyone who's in a position to fight this boss. I don't know, like, I didn't have this much, I don't think I struggled as much the first time I fought Soul of Cinder compared to Nameless. Like, I don't know, like, I beat Soul of Cinder, I don't know, it was like within the first hour or two, my first playthrough, whereas Nameless took me 4.5 hours. So it's weird how my second playthrough, Soul of Cinder, is punishing me so much, because maybe I'm overthinking. I don't know. Maybe I just, like, it's hard to tell. It's one of those things that it's just like, it frustrates me, sure, and I know I'm gonna be able to beat it, but I guess it's like, I really thought that this boss for me was easier than Nameless King, so it makes me think, I guess. You know, if anything, I really hope you guys tell your friends about this series. I've put a lot of love, time, and effort into the Dark Souls content, and I've had a lot of fun up until this point. I'm glad that I've been able to maintain a very positive outlook, even through the long sessions, you know, beating my head into the wall, figuratively speaking, just, you know, put in the time. There's a reason I wanted to play Dark Souls 3 to get in fighting trim for me to play Elden Ring seriously for the first time. How's the resin? It just scares the hell out of me because it's so long. Deal. Pine resin. It's so intimidating, especially during this phase, like, continuous, non-stop. See, I always try to change phase before he gets to this shit. Like I said though, back right to dodge that specific attack. Run to dodge that magic missile. And this one, also run. Then you kind of try to curve in, dodge those ones, and do some... Oh, he changed weapons. I'm totally cool with that. I'm trying to distance myself so I can heal. This pole arm is so damn long. Alright, backing up. I'm gonna do the gold pine resin because that lasts longer. Do the dance. Dodge too preemptively. And there's the one. Oh, still alive. My gods. Nope, and he fucking strike me down right where I stood. I mean, I can't be, I don't think there's a bigger metaphor for where my motivation is kind of at now. I'll be back at it tomorrow. I bet you that, or I promise you that. Ultimately, thank you guys to all the people who have stopped by today. Look out for Game of Day May, which is going to be following this shortly. Like I said, sorry Dad for pushing off your possible content plans today. I really did think I was going to be able to get it in like that 4.5 hour period. But I think I kind of hit a wall at a certain point, so it'll be nice to do Game of Day May and decompress, to be able to play like a more casual game and do something like that. Thank you so much for your support, guys, as always. It means the world to me and Dad. But as always, it's been Bray from the Vid-Bits. Peace.